Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code is amended, I call to order a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Monday, May 20th, 2019 at 7:29 p.m. The board may meet in closed session to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, a negotiated contract for a prospective gift or donation to the district, commercial or financial information that the board has received from a business prospect or offer of financial or other incentive to a business prospect, deployment or specific occasion for implementation of security personnel or devices, and or to consult with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer or on a matter which the school district's legal counsel determines should be confidential in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.074, 072, 073, 087, 076, and 071, respectively. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Ellens, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Teisch to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion passes unanimously by all those on the dais. Tonight, students from Clayton Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the pledge to the Texas flag.
I have before you our Clayton 5th grade broadcast team. With the support of our AP, Corey Matheny, these students produce a weekly broadcast that includes pledges, menus, and current happenings on campus. Today I have with me Kayla Buenteo, Allie Dunn, Addison Goodling, Callum Grieve, Brody Marquardt, Colin Ronan, Ella Scott, and Amelie Spadaccini. Today, our leaders will lead you in the Pledge of Allegiance in English and Sign Language. They will also be reciting the Texas Pledge in English only. Right hand up, over your heart, ready, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much for leading us in the pledge. Will you please come forward so we can meet you?
I think it was the first. I think I was the first one.
We'd like to recognize the parents of the students. I know we appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedules to come down here, and I know you'd love to stay till the end of this meeting, but I know you probably have some homework for the students. So thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, parents. Tonight we have two recognitions, and we'll begin our evening by recognizing the 2019 Salute Award winners. Dr. Cruz?
Thank you, President Rodriguez and board members. As I have Dr. Drew Robinette come forward, it's an exciting time, so we want to make sure that we put this out on Twitter or social media. We use hashtag AISDProud, hashtag AISDGotTalent. That's the only time that language arts teachers will allow it for a hashtag. Other than that, we know that we're just trying to sort of have fun with it. But we actually had a recognition last week, and I sort of connected to our Academy Awards. We're so proud of just amazing people who work in the Austin School District. But taking time to highlight those who we support and those who do so much for our students and our families, want to just make sure to recognize again our Salute Award winners. And thank you so much for all that you do. It was a wonderful recognition last week that actually Dr. Medina and Dr. Robinette had put on with their offices, also with the Austin Partners in Education. It's so great that we don't just recognize you just because. We do this because we love you, but we also have the business community come in and also recognize you, and that makes all the difference. So with that, Dr. Robinette.
I've got a red light. Good evening, Dr. Cruz, President Rodriguez, and board trustees. My name is Drew Robinette, Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Development, and I am here to request formal recognition of our 2019 Salute Award winners. As you know, as Dr. Cruz mentioned, last Thursday, May 16th, we hosted our Salute to Excellence. It was great to see so many of you there. Hope you got to enjoy not only the program, but the festivities of the evening with student performers and the recognition of the excellence in our school district. As Dr. Cruz mentioned, Salute is co-sponsored by the Office of Human Capital here in Austin ISD and our Austin Partners in Education. This evening, we do have some appreciation swag bags that Terry Reyes-Kitch can hand out to you all to let you know that the sponsorship is provided for materials and things to honor our awardees, our nominees that evening, and for you to get a sampling of what that looks like. So thank you to API for their generosity and all of our Salute sponsors. At Salute this year, we recognized 91 teachers of promise. Those are individuals in their first year of teaching who show great promise and potential, and we want them to stick with us here in our school district and continue to grow and learn with us throughout the years. And an additional 120 teachers of the year. In addition, we recognized award nominees, finalists, and winners in 7 award categories. And tonight, it is my pleasure to present to you these winners to receive a special recognition. Nikki Nall, Classified Staff Member of the Year from Gillette Elementary School, could not join us this evening. We do have in the front row Librarian of the Year from McBee Elementary School, Heather Stevens. Counselor of the Year from O. Henry Middle School, Wanda Montemayor. Assistant Principal of the Year from O. Henry Middle School, Travis Brunner. Principal of the Year from Walnut Creek Elementary School, Denora Bores. Elementary Teacher of the Year from Blazier Elementary, Ashley Rivera. And Secondary Teacher of the Year from the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, Kimberly Collins. Thank you, Board of Trustees, in joining us and recognizing these folks who represent some of the finest of our amazing 11,000 plus employees who are dedicating to serving our students, family, and communities every day. We appreciate all of them, and we appreciate and honor these Salute Award winners this evening.
Thank you. Trustee Ellens, is there a motion to recognize the 2019 Salute Award winners?
Absolutely, and I'm so honored to be the one who gets to say this. We had a wonderful time the other night, and it was a lovely evening. Thank you to the administration. And I do want to stress again, 91 Teachers of Promise, 120 Teachers of the Year. And we just have the cream of the crop here tonight. So we got to be with all of them that evening, and it was lovely. I also just want to do a shout out also our PTAs of the year were Aikens High School and Blanton Elementary School. So we are very proud to have all of you part of us, our world, and here we go. It is with great pride that the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District congratulates and recognizes these outstanding staff members of Austin ISD. We appreciate their dedication to excellence, contributions to a positive climate and culture, and their leadership skills. Tonight, we recognize Classified Staff of the Year, Nikki Knoll, Librarian of the Year, Heather Stevens, Counselor of the Year, Wanda Montemayor, Assistant Principal of the Year, Travis Brunner, Principal of the Year, Denora Borres, District Teacher of the Year, Secondary, or a little out of order, sorry, Kimberly Collins, and District Teacher of the Year, Elementary, Ashley Rivera. We thank you for your work that you do every day to ensure Austin ISD leads the way as we reinvent the urban education experience. Congratulations, 2019 Salute Award winners. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Trustee Ellens and a second by Trustee Teich to approve the recognition, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Please come forward so we may meet you and take a picture with you and congratulate you.
We get to.
You want to come, we'll shake hands, come through, and then.
And then take a picture.
Congratulations. Yeah, you're going to be the line leader, so we're going to come around and we're going to stand out your picture. Congratulations again, right now. That's award. Very, very proud of you. And I love the video. That was amazing. I love seeing that. I did put that on Twitter. I did. I looked at it. I got more than that right now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I think that's here. We'll get a photo. Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. You gonna come right with Dr.
Great job. Very good.
Here we go, Denora.
Nothing crazy. I'm trying to reset you.
Got it? So we can take a couple photos for communications and then also for Dr. Cruz to tweet out.
We'll squeeze in a little bit more.
Sorry, sir.
See everybody? All right. 1, 2, 3. I think maybe one more.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody.
So our last recognition tonight will be to recognize Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Dr. Cruz?
So in Austin ISD, we know that all means all, and we're an all-inclusive community. We are proud to be an inclusive district that welcomes students, families, and staff from all cultures and backgrounds. May is Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, and today we have a special treat and a special recognition. And as we have our students come up, Akshaya Ranjit, our student from Lhasa High School, and from Loyal Forever, Austin High School, we have Avni Singh, who will share their talents with us. So thank you so much for being here today.
సారాంశం కలయి కైలాస్యం పంచమవేదం ఆనందమే అందిలనాదం అంతేలేని శివనాట్యం బ్రహ్మ సృష్టిలో రచన జరగగ భరత వేదమై కీర్తి వెలుగగ లోక శాంతికై జననముందిను ఈ నటనం తనలో తన నూతన ఉద్భవం కలిగేలా ఆత్మకు ఘర్షణం జరిగింది సాగే ఈ ప్రతి నిమిషం మసిమన్నున దాగిన కుందనం మరిగాకే జ్వాలతో జ్వలం మదిలోను మధనం నిత్యం తెలిపెను గమ్యం గుండెలోని ఆశే కొల్లిన జన ప్రయాణం ఇక సాగరే జీవితం సాగరే అనుక్షణం ఆది శాశ్వతం ఆది శాశ్వతం ఆది శాశ్వతం జ్ఞానం శాశ్వతం శాంతి శాశ్వతం ప్రేమ శాశ్వతం స్వేచ్ఛ శాశ్వతం ఆత్మ శాశ్వతం ముక్తి శాశ్వతం
Thank you so much. I think this represents the best of Austin, and then puts more emphasis on how we are an all-inclusive district. And we have a lot to learn. But thank you so much for being here today. I know lots is going on right now in the last week of school, but really appreciate your coming with us here today. And then I guess we'll be seeing you at graduation time again, right? We were just giving you awards not too long ago, so we're really excited for that. So President Rodriguez, hand it over to you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. I want to recognize Trustee Singh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cruz. This is an amazing opportunity, and I can't help but watch as these two girls perform. When I was their age, I was actually ashamed of my heritage in some ways, and never could have dreamed of, first of all, wearing something Indian to school. Never would have done that, and couldn't imagine my school encouraging this type of cultural expression. So I really want to thank you. It means the world to me, and this is just a recognition not only of the Asian community but all the diversity that we have in the district. So thank you so much, and I'm just so proud. And this is something I'll probably never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. So the board will now move to public comment. This is the time we dedicate ourselves to welcoming and encouraging public comments during our regular board meeting and to commit ourselves to active listening. Board members wish they could engage in a conversation with speakers on matters of concern and interest to the speaker that is not part of tonight's agenda, but in accordance with Section 551.042A of the Texas Government Code Legal, board members may only make a statement of specific factual information or recite existing policy in response to an inquiry, propose that the subject be placed on a future agenda, or ask that the speaker visit with staff about the issue. After the completion of public comment, trustees may request from the superintendent additional information, clarification, and/or follow-up based upon comments provided by any one or more speakers. Please also know that there are additional ways to communicate with the board, including emailing the board directly at trustees@austinisd.org. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes with a maximum of 30 speakers allowed. Speakers may sign up by phone or in person. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. As you come up to the microphone, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 2 minutes of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. We ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. Should you wish to offer additional written comments that are not bound by time, please give them to the AISD officer on duty. Each board member and the superintendent will be provided with a copy. The Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when addressing trustees or need assistance understanding comments made to trustees during public comment. If you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with the interpreter. Jennifer Williams, Spanish translator and interpreter, will repeat this message in Spanish.
El Departamento de Servicios de Comunicación proporciona un traductor al español para las personas en la audiencia que necesiten ayuda al comunicarse con los miembros de la mesa directiva o si necesitan ayuda para entender los comentarios que se están haciendo a los miembros de la mesa directiva durante el tiempo dedicado para los comentarios del público. Si necesita este servicio, por favor, hable conmigo, Jennifer Williams, servidora.
Gracias, Jennifer. The first speaker tonight is Dusty Harshman, followed by Kent Coop, and then Teresa Razzo, and then Elisa Epstein. Dusty.
Thank you, trustees and superintendent, for the privilege of public comment. I come before you again as an AISD parent with Integrated Schools Austin. In previous months, we've shared the value of socioeconomically balanced and integrated schools, their inherent power to knock down educational achievement barriers and improve college, career, and life readiness for all students. Their proven ability to benefit all students by teaching creative, critically thinking, culturally proficient communicators how to collaborate and build connections both locally and increasingly in our global society. Their proven ability to reduce prejudice and bias, depolarize attitudes, and converge income and wealth in a world that otherwise feeds polarization and inequality. Tonight, you will vote to approve the guiding principles that will govern the school closure and reinvention process. We propose that you elevate socioeconomic diversity to a guiding principle equal to that of 21st century learning spaces and specialized academic programming. We also propose that you create a quantifiable measure that will govern school consolidations so they are not disproportionately affecting our most vulnerable students and families. AISD has defined equity as reducing the predictability of who succeeds and fails, interrupting practices that negatively impact students of color, and cultivating the unique gifts of every student. Well, tonight we live out our values. Let's reduce the predictability, interrupt the practices, and cultivate the gifts. I wish us calm both tonight and in the months to come. Thank you very much.
Kent Coop.
My name is Kent Coupe. I'm a social studies teacher, a member of Education Austin, and I asked the board to agree to a 10% increase in pay for AISD employees. I speak tonight from my experience as a teacher. AISD teachers do not get burnt out. AISD teachers get pushed out. The board pushes hundreds of highly qualified, highly educated, highly trained, caring teachers out of the classroom with the district's stagnant and uncompetitive pay, and through years of refusal to take steps to pay all AISD employees fairly for the work we already do. The board proposed 1% increase is not an investment in educators. 1% is not an investment in our students. None of us became educators to amass great fortunes, but current pay does not even begin to keep up with the skyrocketing costs of living in this city. Hundreds of educators leave the classroom to take administrative positions to serve in other districts and states or even other professions that better reward their skills and experience. For example, currently in AISD, when a teacher stays with the district for 5 years, they are rewarded with a pin for recognition, but then zero movement on the pay schedule for the next 3 years. Please recognize this. We cannot pay our rent with empty recognition. We cannot pay increasing health coverage costs with it. We cannot pay childcare costs with it. We cannot pay our student loans with it. We pay out of pocket to make sure our students have resources that they need every day. Personally, I spent $800 this last year and $1,000 the year before for classroom resources. So now, when the state legislature is poised to line the district's pockets with millions, why do you refuse to invest in us? Education Austin's proposal for a 10% increase is your opportunity to stop pushing us out. And until you realize that we are worth it, que lo merecemos, we will continue to push back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Teresa Razo. I'm a teacher, a bilingual teacher at McBee Elementary, and I'm here today to demand a 10% increase, not only for teachers, but all across the board. I'm here to support our custodians, bus drivers, our TAs, our clerks, librarians, nurses. If AISD wants to retain its employees, then pay us what we are worth. I am worth 10%. So if you want to retain us, I would suggest you keep in tap. We need a 10% raise. Good employees are leaving the district by the hundreds, and I don't want to be one of them, but I cannot no longer afford to live in the city. It is very expensive. The high cost of living on my over 2,000 plus check goes on my 1,500 rent for a 2-bedroom apartment. I can no longer afford it. So that's not including my insurance, my medications, and I know I was here last month, but I'm here again to demand a 10% raise. Another thing, like I mentioned last month, I am a Lyft driver. I clock in 40 hours last week. Every day I have to clock in at 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock. I have to do Saturday and Sunday to pay for my insurance so I can keep the creditors off my phone for them to be calling me. I can no longer afford my living wage. I have to continue lifting. So I am tired. Yes, I am tired. But I have to do this in order to keep the creditors away from calling me every day that I need to be paying. Lastly, I would like to ask you to consider our assistant principal, Yvette Celorio Reyes, to be appointed principal of our McBee Elementary. She's a great leader, and please support us by appointing her to our campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. Elisa Epstein, and then Rebecca Harshman, and then Patricia Nunez.
Good evening to the board. My name is Eliza Epstein, and while my comments tonight do not speak to it, I stand in solidarity with Education Austin, 10% for teachers and staff, respect for the whole village. There is a phrase that is seemingly taken for granted in public schooling. I just want what is best for my child. It's not challenged. I just want what's best for my child. And at the risk of relegating my own children to years of therapy, I'm here to say today that I don't want what is best for my children if it comes at the expense of what is best for other people's children. I'm relatively new to Austin. There are far more expert voices on the ways that racist and segregationist policies have impacted Austin schools and communities. But as a recent arrival, I have been a part. I have been responsible for gentrification and its impacts on housing, on schools, and on people. Housing prices rise, property taxes rise, families are forced out, enrollment drops. These are not passive processes. Policies drive gentrification, and policies can protect people too. AISD is now making choices on how to reimagine, reinvest, and reinvent itself to serve its students. In this process, I ask the board to examine power, to challenge privilege, and to police inequity. There is an emerging body of research that examines the impact of gentrification on school districts. Districts similar to Austin are prioritizing policies that cater to gentrifying parents. Research finds that policies like these provide more benefits for middle-class families and have a negative impact on existing residents, who are more likely to be low-income, brown and black families. One step that AISD can take to minimize these impacts is to cap the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged experiencing school consolidation to no more than the current AISD district-wide average. More dual language schools, STEM-focused campuses, IB programs, these are exciting offerings, and the board needs to pay attention to how and where these opportunities are located and who has access to them to ensure they are not disproportionately benefit the wealthiest and whitest in the district. I want good things for my children. I do not want to teach them that they deserve more, that their life is worth more than other students and families in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Harshman.
Good evening, esteemed trustees and superintendent. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Last Friday was the 65th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education of Topeka, the case that ruled school segregation unconstitutional. 65, retirement age. In New York, students celebrated with a retirement party as the city is beginning the process of school integration using the 5 R's of real integration, as I have spoken on at previous meetings. The youth of New York are at the forefront of this conversation. In Austin, we can observe this anniversary by initiating change. While Brown v. Board is now 65 years old, we still do not see integration in our district, as 84% of our students attend socioeconomically segregated schools. The AISD and balanced proposals that you've been handed propose a way that could turn an otherwise negative process of closure into a worthwhile and constructive process of integration. These proposals would also open up a much-needed conversation around integration in AISD, one including students, trustees, community leaders, and parents. Please hold socioeconomic diversity to the same importance as 21st century learning environments and specialized academic programming. Separate is not equal. This school changes process will define the school district for generations ahead. Tonight, you have an opportunity to make a positive decision for the future of our district when you vote to elevate socioeconomic diversity in your guiding principles. It is time to retire segregation. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Nunez. Patricia Nunez. And then Cynthia McCollum.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Cruz and members of the board. My name is Patricia Nunez. I am past president of ABE, the Austin Area Association for Bilingual Education. I stand before you today to address issues of concern of our association members who shared struggles in their implementation of bilingual education programming. Teachers report that statements such as, "These kids have no language," or "These kids lack experiences," are used when speaking about language learners. Not only are these statements incorrect, but they are harmful in their effects towards the equity and schooling practices that our language learners are then subjected to. Deficit narratives such as these are spurred on by the continuous use of monolingual instructional approaches and the use of inadequate screeners, evaluation tools, and the third grade monolingual reading expectation. Teachers are required to approach their teaching as an intervention, some even being asked to constantly homogeneously group students and plan their days as skill-based small group instruction that lacks complexity of thinking and, more importantly, context from which the students can draw from and engage with. The approach of constantly being asked to gather data from these instruments leads to ineffective practices. What we ask that the district, like other districts in Texas have done, is be reflective and critical of the assessments and screeners teachers are being asked to use. As bilingual educators, we are fully aware of our students' ability to reach the third grade monolingual reading scores when certain instructional practices are put in use. But as multilinguals and bilingual educators, we aspire to an additive, high academic education where our students are able to build on their linguistic strengths, as research shows and Chapter 89 states. We need to welcome what our students bring, care about, their language, families, and community relationships, their knowledge and their skills, and not replace them with English. This does not involve more money or more time. It requires that we have holistic representation of our students and what our students bring into resources. For the sake of teachers, it is time for us to work smarter, not harder.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Nunez. Cynthia McCollum and then Julia Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Cynthia McCollum and I'm an AISD parent of 2 elementary students. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts on the upcoming vote for the guiding principles for school changes. AISD already actually has some guiding principles around equity, specifically a commitment to reduce the predictability of who succeeds and fails, and to interrupt practices that negatively impact students of color. I support the integrated schools proposal, and I hope you will too. I want my children to be educated in schools that reflect the full racial, cultural, and socioeconomic diversity of our community. So I bought a house in a neighborhood that was, at least at the time, mixed income. I chose a preschool because it was deliberately inclusive. I sent my kids to our neighborhood school where at the time, our middle-class white family was a minority. But in these years, I've seen families be displaced from our school and our neighborhood because of housing has become much less affordable. And the diverse, inclusive communities that I was seeking out have started to shift. This is actually a very predictable outcome. But our school and my children, the families that our school has served for so many years, have all lost something as it happens. And I, along with many other parents and educators and community members, value something in our schools beyond just test scores. So I support the integrated schools proposal, and please, I want you to elevate the commitment to socioeconomic diversity above the current commitment to the status quo. In order to interrupt the practices that lead to predictable and equitable outcomes, you actually have to interrupt the practice. So please commit that you will not allow the school changes to disproportionately impact children, families, and schools that are already disadvantaged by your own measures. No more than 52% of students should be forced to go through the school consolidation process that are low SES. Please set this bar for yourself and our community. We're already behind the curve. Other cities are doing this. Idea Charter School is marketing themselves as deliberately diverse. We have to get on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Hernandez, and then after Julia, Somaya Jimenez Haham, and then Valerie Stearns, and then Eric Ramos.
Good evening. Good evening, Dr. Cruz and members of the board. I am Julia Hernandez, Vice President of ABE, the Austin Area Association for Bilingual Education and Dual Language Education Advocate. I am here today to speak in regards to the guiding principles for schools consolidation that will be discussed for approval this evening. ABE recognizes the challenges AISD currently faces as a district and the opportunity this brings to make better usage of district facilities. As AISD moves forward with this process, we recommend the first guiding principle that reads, ensure equitable access to programs, explicitly state access to dual language education for students designated as English learners. This explicit addition of dual language to the principle positions dual language as a driver, ensuring the academic programming meets the needs of all English learners for an equitable education. By including dual language as part of the first guiding principle, AISD demonstrates commitment to the approximately 22,000 ELs currently enrolled, guaranteeing them academic equity, including those currently waiting to be served, to take full advantage of the dual language education goals of being bilingual, biliterate, strengthen cross-cultural competencies, and achieve academically. For some students, this would present the opportunity to become multilingual, as their home language differs from the languages targeted in the dual language programs. Dual language is a core academic program that is complex and cannot be approached as an additional option based on student appeal or interest. ABE urges you to prioritize access to dual language as a core educational program in this decision-making process, while continuing to strengthen its implementation to both appropriately serve all bilingual learners' academic needs and move forward in AISD's master goal to reinvent the urban experience. Thank you.
Esteemed trustees and superintendent, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. My name is Maya Jimenez Haham, and I'm a high schooler at AISD. As previous speakers have mentioned, it is the 65th anniversary of Brown v. Board, yet we still see little to no integration in our district. Integration is crucial for the well-being of students, as it has shown many academic, health, and social benefits. For students of color, many of whom go to schools in the Eastern Crescent, their reality is attending a school which is often under-resourced, with fewer AP classes or extracurriculars compared to schools on the west side of town. I live in District 1. My neighborhood school does not represent the population of the rapidly gentrifying area. The children in my neighborhood schools don't have the same resources and opportunities more diverse schools would have. The AISD imbalance proposals would be beneficial to the district as a whole. In an integrated school with a variety of socioeconomic statuses, ethnicities, and races, resources would be more equitably distributed and cultural and racial divides would be bridged. It would also show all students that their education is valued and they are represented. I may not have the opportunity to experience the benefits of the proposal in my time, but I have an 8-year-old sister, and I can only hope she would be able to attend an integrated school when she grows up and has the opportunity to not experience that segregation we face now. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Dr. Cruz and Board of Trustees. My name is Valerie Stern. I'm a proud AISD parent. There are so many benefits that could come from this change plan. Better programming, 21st century buildings, more money for our teachers who deserve their 10%, and even possibly more integrated schools. You have told us that the only way we can get these benefits is if we close some campuses. You must ensure that closures do not disproportionately affect our economically disadvantaged students. Austin has a long history of systemic racism that is perpetuated by normal people upholding systems in schools and government and banks and every other institution that privileges white people while oppressing and burdening people of color. You are about to decide whether this change plan will continue that history. Privileged parents across this district are going to use their wealth and power to ensure that none of the sacrifices are borne by their communities. They will threaten to leave this district and take their resources with them if they are asked to sacrifice anything. They, of course, are only trying to do what they think is best for their own children, but if they succeed, they will ensure that the burdens of closures are borne on the backs of our brown and black communities while they get the rewards of shiny new schools and higher salaries for their teachers. If the rewards are going to be felt across this district, we must ask that the sacrifices be felt across this district as well. You can ensure that our most vulnerable communities are not asked to take on more than their fair share of closures by including in the guiding principles a cap on the percent of EcoDist students affected to be no more than the overall district percent of EcoDist students. If you do not do this, you risk repeating history. Tonight, and over the next few months, we will see if you are only committed to paying lip service to equity or if you are actually committed to equity. Please be the leaders we need, the leaders to inspire us to live out our professed values of equity, diversity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Ramos. Eric Ramos, Gavino Fernandez, and then Leila Valencia.
All right. Good evening, Superintendent Cruz and Board of Trustees. I come here tonight to simply ask you one question, which is, what are your values and what are your priorities? Because right now, the last budget proposal that we saw does not show what your words say. You say that you value the students. You say that you value the staff. If that's the case, then we need to be paid to keep up with, at minimum, the cost of living. Last night, I was looking up how much I would get paid if I went to Round Rock, Hutto, Del Valle ISD. Each of those school districts, I would immediately get a 2.1% raise. And their cost of living is a lot less. And that's just simply based off my experience, my job, and my credentials. Now, if you continue to say you value the students, then let's do what is right by them. Let's make sure the teachers, the staff, everyone involved is paid a wage that allows them to stay within the district. We are losing a lot of teachers because of pay. If you do not increase this, the district is going to hurt financially because now we're going to have to try and recruit and train new teachers year in and year out. So you can continue to say you value students, you can continue to say you value staff, but I'll believe it when I see it when you pass your next budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members. My name is Gavino Fernandez, and I speak to you as a member of El Concilio, which is a coalition of Mexican-American landowners of East Austin, and also representing LULAC District 12. And I basically want to share with you recommendations to add to your AISD guiding principles. Number 3, it states access to elementary schools. What we like for you to add is access to all schools, elementary, middle school, and high school. And that we not put our babies on a bus no earlier than 6 a.m. to board a bus and return home no later than 5 p.m. for elementary, middle school, and 6 p.m. for high school. Span of management is under financial. I think we need to identify and also look at the span of management. Are we being redundant? Do we need as much management since we're closing a lot of schools in our community and we're losing a lot of teachers? So we also need to highlight and bring that forward to the public so that they can be aware of, of the actions that you're planning to take. And the other one is to prohibit the creation of education deserts in East Austin. That's basically what you're doing. You know, I see this as a conspiracy. First, in our area, it was changing our zoning. Then it was displacing our businesses. Now we're displacing our schools. So what's the agenda here? So we also want to have you include partner. When you list partners, we like for you to partner with ACC, universities, colleges around the Austin area, to have these facilities remain academic institutions in our community. Austin High, ACC. To avoid creating education deserts, shared use with charter schools, for example, UT Elementary Brook is an example. This is being done in LA right now. But again, we also stand here and strongly support you increasing our employees' wages because Austin is no longer the same place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Leila. After Ms. Valencia is Candace Pruitt and then Emily Sawyer.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Good evening, Superintendent Cruz. My name is Lila Valencia. I'm a longtime resident of Austin and an AISD parent with Integrated Schools Austin. Thank you for the opportunity. Higher average test scores, lower likelihood of dropping out, higher likelihood of enrolling in college, leaders who are racially and culturally aware and responsive, environments representing the real world and our global economy. These are all things we value as a community and as a district. These are also benefits of socioeconomically and racially integrated schools. These benefits are not just benefits for some, but for all students in integrated schools. However, only 16% of AISD campuses are not socioeconomically balanced by the district's own diversity by design measures. So let's reduce the predictability of who succeeds and who fails by purposefully balancing and integrating the socioeconomic diversity of our schools. Socioeconomic balance and integration should be a leading AISD guiding principle. Let's interrupt practices negatively impacting our students of color by employing a quantifiable measure that will guide school consolidation process. This metric would ensure that our students of color are not disproportionately impacted by school closures. Let's listen not only to those threatening to leave AISD if their schools are reinvented or who voice fears of decreasing property values. Let's also listen to those who have already left or are at risk of leaving due to charter school encroachment or decades long of AISD decisions that have eroded community trust and resulted in segregated environments that perpetuate academic achievement gaps. I have been encouraged by recent comments made by many trustees as the school changes conversation begins. Comments that remind us we are embarking on a difficult process that will require sacrifices in order to more equitably share the benefits that the district has to offer. As we go through this difficult process, we ask for your leadership. The leadership to not only be swayed by the loudest voices, but to also uphold these guiding principles. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Candace Pruitt, and I am a parent of 3 students who go to Brentwood Elementary. The first thing I wanted to start with is a compliment and thank you to the board for tackling the outdated dress code. I was invited to the working group by the Director of Health Services, and it was a very positive experience. She respected our time. She had lots of student voices there. It was really great. I look forward to seeing where this conversation about dress code goes. The clothes our kids wear are not going to dramatically change what happens in the district, but teaching our students and giving them a chance to learn self-expression without the threat of being embarrassed or shamed, and being certain that our dress code is accepting and inclusive. These things will help make things better. So I appreciate that. I also wanted to talk about teachers' pay this evening. As I said, I'm a parent, I'm not a teacher, but a couple of weeks ago, we had our Teacher Appreciation Week, and our PTA got together, and our theme was Shine Bright. And that is really what our teachers do. They are a bright, shining beacon leading our students to success. And I want my teachers to be focused on doing that. We have some amazing teachers. If they are exhausted because they are working a second job, if they are miserable because they are constantly worried about making their bills every month, then that's going to be a big problem, and it's not good for our students. So I just wanted to say that they deserve their 10% raise. That's just kind of the minimum. None of the teachers in my school can live in my neighborhood. It's crazy. So I want them part of the community. I want to see them get this raise, and they deserve it.
Good evening. My name is Emily Sawyer. I'm a Blanton and Martin parent. Tonight, I would ask the board and Superintendent Cruz to give teachers and staff a significant and respectful raise. 10% would be a start. We need to stop incentivizing teachers to leave the classroom for the sake of making a living. We essentially have no schools without teachers, and teachers deserve to be treated and paid as the professionals that they are. Exceptional, invested, and caring teachers are necessary resources. Let's make sure we prioritize hiring and retaining those resources. Next, I would ask the trustees, superintendent, and staff to prioritize affordable housing as the first and most necessary obligation when considering the repurposing of any school. We must respect and commit to families that are historically and culturally irreplaceable and are currently being pushed out of their homes and the district. Students are another one of those resources that our school district cannot function without. We must be responsive to the basic needs of our most vulnerable families and communities. And lastly, if we are truly going to reinvent the urban school experience and not simply reproduce what we already have, it will take more than fancy buildings and slick new programming. It will require discomfort and courage if we are to actually do what we say we mean to do in regards to equity and not perpetuating historical disparate impacts. It is not good enough to have good intentions and simply apologize when we end up going right along with the status quo. I didn't mean to is a worthless sentiment, especially when there is a pattern and habit of mistreatment or carelessness. We have to mean to do something better and more just and act accordingly if we are going to stem the tide of racism, white supremacy, inequity, and disparate impacts that currently pull every system in this country in the direction of the status quo. Saying we value equity as long as it doesn't change anything for us is not valuing equity. It's valuing the appearance of equity for the sake of status. It is not progressive, and we need to stop giving ourselves credit for this sort of virtue signaling. We can do better than what we have always done, but we will have to do it on purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel Briones, and then Lauren Cooney, and then Vincent Tovar, and then Aaron Kiger. Miguel, right?
Hello. Hello, valued members. First, I'd like to begin by asking that you all please listen with open hearts and open minds. Thank you. We are the McBee family. And my name is Miguel Briones. We are here today on our own accord and of our own volition, asking that you make Miss Yvette Celorio Reyes principal of McBee Elementary School. In the 3 years that she has been a part of our family, we have seen her gain the trust and confidence of the staff, the community, and most importantly, the children. Gaining trust in our community is not easy, but the trust is there now. There is no doubt in any of our minds that she loves and cares for each and every one of us every day that we're there. And we are there a lot. A lot, right? That's why we need a 10% raise. In the last 2 years, she has taken the reins, stepping into roles typically reserved for principals. And in this last year, she handled the day-to-day operations of our campus a vast majority of the time. So please invest in the future of our community our campus in this district. We, all of us here, are stakeholders, but we know what is best for our community and our campus. The parents, which are back here, and the teachers, which are here. And we ask that you make Miss Yvette Celorio Reyes principal of McBee Elementary, and we look forward to having an open and fruitful discussion with Dr. Cruz, Gilbert Hicks, and any other stakeholders on how to ensure her appointment. I want to thank you for your time. I also want to present you with a petition that was signed. It was created by myself, and it states here that this is an employee and community-driven petition stating on this day, May 20th, 2019, we are asking that Miss Yvette Celorio Reyes be placed as the acting interim principal for McBee Elementary until she is named as acting principal for Campus 165 McBee Elementary School. The opinions and signatures reflect those of staff, community members, parents, and other stakeholders. I have 50 signatures here. That is almost our whole staff. I also am a member of Education Austin, and I stand in solidarity with Education Austin. And I'd say that we need a 10% raise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Cooney, and I'm here to discuss our salary increase. There's a game that my friends have been playing recently, and it goes like this. You know your rent's going up when the sketchy warehouse down the block becomes an official South by Southwest party. You know your rent's going up when the family next door has to sell to a single person with a dog, a scooter, and a hybrid. You get the idea. Unfortunately, everyone in this room knows this game is the reality of living in Austin. And as the cost of living climbs, so too must our salary. Otherwise, we will continue to lose dedicated teachers to neighboring districts, like Hayes, where several of my colleagues have been lured by more affordable housing. I do appreciate the constraints of not yet knowing what the House or the Senate might agree to, but as a single teacher who is barely scraping by, I'm asking you to reconsider the 1%, which for me barely covers a tank of gas. I know this year has been challenging for AISD, but maybe next year doesn't have to be so tenuous. Maybe next year I can spend less time worrying about how to stretch my paycheck and more time instilling a love of learning in my students. I have a good relationship with my students, but they can see how unprofitable our profession is, and it discourages them from considering a career in education. They ask me why I'm still teaching, and I tell them I love what I do and I don't want to leave the district. But I'm having to think about what second jobs I could take where I might not run into a student and feel embarrassed to serve them coffee or deliver their dinner. How do we reconcile how much we've invested into our career with how little return has been invested in us? The legislature is giving us this opportunity for resolve, so I'm asking for solidarity, for a commitment to quite literally raise teachers up. We're showing up every day, making this district proud, and we deserve better. Thank you.
Vincent Tovar. Vincent.
Hello, my name is Vincent Tovar. I'm a parent at Go Valley and Lively. First and foremost, 10% raise for AISD employees. After all, they give 110%, 210%, 310%, even just being here tonight. Nelson Mandela said, "A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones." So how does that relate to AISD? How does this district treat the fearless on the front lines, teachers, TAs, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and school staff? How can the district ignore needed repairs at Martin Middle School all year long until a higher citizen named John Cornyn paid the school a visit in May? How are Spanish-speaking Eastside Memorial Vertical Team parents ever going to feel confident enough to participate when language like think tanks and reinvention roadmap grows ever more intimidating? That's why only 2 of our parents attended that meeting at Allen, and a lot of other parents were from Matthews and Barton Hills. How can teachers and students at high-need schools call to sign up to speak at tonight's meeting at 1 p.m. on a Friday during school hours? I had to call 65 times. 65 times I had to call. Eastside Senior Elizabeth Rocha just handed her comments because she's on the wait list, unfortunately, and may not be able to speak tonight. Trustees, you can change history, starting with changing our district admin and the way they prioritize. I urge you to direct Superintendent Cruz to respect teachers and school staff, and their willingness to stay in the classroom and on campuses with the 10% they deserve. Treat repairs and requests by school staff like they're more important than John Cornyn, because they are. Engage the communities most impacted by going to them and not waiting for them to come to you. Change citizens communication sign-up time to Friday at 7 a.m. or at 5 p.m. Change the superintendent scorecard to actually include what our priorities are: transparency and leadership. And prioritize 2 needs for the lowest citizens, not wants but needs: mental health experts on our campus and affordable housing. True affordable housing.
Thank you.
The last thing I'll say is guiding principle number 5. It's in guiding principle number 5, affordable housing. But what's right behind that? Private development. It's a need. True affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Tiger.
Good evening, Dr. Cruz. Good evening, Dr. Cruz and board members. I am Erin Keir, former counselor at Paredes Middle School, resigned April 2019 during my medical leave induced by the hostile work environment and grievance system failure. My purpose for speaking today is to express the dire need for change of the formal grievance process, as it does not support the employee who is making the complaint. I filed my 2 grievance complaints against my principal, and they were compiled into one as they were similar. Then 20 business days later, I attended the Level 1 first grievance meeting, in which my principal, whom was the deciding officer, whom my complaint was about, was the deciding officer. This is a textbook conflict of interest. A conflict of interest affects judgment and decision-making. Legally, employers have a general duty to act loyally, honestly, and in their employees' best interests, and among other things that entails avoiding any possible conflicts of interest. My grievance of the gaslighting and stonewalling experience, which legally is defined as workplace harassment, was not acknowledged as harassment, and I never spoke of the retaliation. After my Level 2 hearing, I resigned as a result of my own well-being. I am not the only one at Paredes to have experienced this work environment that has continued for the last 4 years. And I'm not the only one that has experienced the unsupportive failure that the grievance system is. What I had to endure and experience at Paredes Middle School is absolutely unacceptable. I loved my job. Employees like myself and others before me at Paredes have chosen to resign from positions that they love due to the hostile work environment. And I have 14 names for you and others willing to speak up, 6 who will not speak up. Employees do not feel supported or safe in making formal complaints due to the overall lack of support and fear of retaliation, which I experienced both. Please hear me when I say that changes need to happen from within. The grievance system is broken. Listen to the people at Paredes.
Thank you. Alex Murphy. Alex Murphy is next, and then Minda Anderson, and then John Mark Hunter.
Hello, my name is Alex Murphy, and I'm a middle school English teacher at Murkison Middle School. I'm upset that y'all are not planning on paying us more next year, but tonight I can't stop smiling. Look behind me. Our profession has shown up tonight. We have shown up tonight. And we have shown up in this room like we show up at school every day as a team. I could not do my job as a teacher without my team. I could not do my job without my TA, Nikki Johnson, who seemingly by magic motivates my least motivated students. I could not do my job without our librarian, Christy Cochran, who gives the gift of literature to students who live in a world so full of fear and anger and Snapchat. I could not do my job without our counseling team, who every day speak love and light to students who only ever hear despair and darkness. Our profession in schools may not be life and death, but it is absolutely about teaching kids the difference between living and dying. We are your most valuable resource, and you would be wise to invest in your most valuable resource. You've got the opportunity now. You're about to get a bigger paycheck from the state than we have ever seen. You could pay each of us 10% more next year and still have money in the bank for other initiatives. Imagine our good fortune. If you do that, you will incur our love and our loyalty, absolutely. But make no mistake that if you do not, it will not be a private decision. We are paying attention. So if you decide that we do not deserve a raise, it will be known. If you decide that some of us deserve a raise and others do not, it will be known. If the members of this board and our superintendent decide that you have a more valuable resource than the people working in your schools, it will be known. It will be known in those schools. It will be known in the homes of our families, and it will be known in the hearts and the minds of our students when they forever write off a career in education because they have seen with their own eyes that it is not a path to prosperity. Your decision will reverberate into the future. Pay us a 10% raise. You can afford it. We deserve it, and it is the right thing for you to do strategically and morally. Thank you so much for your time.
Minda Anderson. Minda Anderson. Miss Anderson.
Buenas noches. Good evening, Dr. Cruz and members of the school board. Thank you first for the time and effort you give our students. I was last here in April being honored as a National Board Certified Librarian. You might also recognize me as AISD's 2018 Librarian of the Year. I am proud to be a Becker Bobcat and an Austin ISD graduate. I am here speaking from a place of privilege to stand up for my fellow employees. I've been thinking about what to say ever since I was here in April. Whose story can I tell that would make the most impact, that would convince you we need a 10% raise? Maybe our head custodian, who frequently works 12-hour days and then comes in on the weekend on her own time to ensure our school is taken care of. Maybe I should tell about one of our TAs, who's trying to start a family on the meager hourly wage. What about our registrar, who is debating another career just so she can afford to move out of her parents' house? Perhaps the countless stories of the employees I've known over the 8 years of teaching who have had to move out of Austin and leave our students because they cannot afford to buy a home in the district where they teach. Maybe I should count the number of employees who work second or third jobs to be able to provide for their families. What about my own story of working for 2 grueling years to become board certified just so I could afford a used car payment? Which story would be the best, the most convincing? I couldn't pick just one story. And then I got mad. I became angry because I shouldn't have to find sob stories to convince you of our hard work. You already know how much blood, sweat, and tears goes into making our students college and career ready. You see it all the time. So why are you suggesting only a 1% pay raise and only for teachers? It's an insult. If we truly want to set our students up for success, we need to fairly compensate the community that supports them. With the district standing to receive a historic amount of funding over the next 2 years, it is time to tell us we are worth it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I stand with Education Austin to demand respect and a 10% pay raise across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. John Mark Hunter. Then John Mark, if you'd hold on for a second. Julia Echternock. I hope I said that right. And then Ken Safaris, and then Tracy Dunlap.
Good evening. My name is John Mark Hunter. I am a sophomore attending Reagan High School. This evening, I'm going to convey my mother's message. She unfortunately could not be here this evening because she's teaching a night course at Austin Community College. My mother is a 20-year veteran of teaching, 11 of those years with Austin ISD. She is now a new teacher mentor for schools in East Austin. and a parent for both McCallum and Reagan vertical teams. I see in this inequity firsthand, the in our district every day. One PTA may be able to raise around $6,000 to $60,000, whereas others may be lucky enough barely to scoop up $600. The current system of not only considerate races and financial support, it concentrates and de-evaluates the human capital volunteers. Trustees, let integration guide you. You have the opportunity, the obligation to do what your predecessors did not only bring to the district, but balance. The task you will undertake is a great one. I'm sure you have and will receive pressure from all sides. A segment of our district will feel done to, and there's a word for that. It's called privilege. A special right, advantage, or immunity granted available to only particular persons and groups, and this has to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Echternock. Okay, then we have Ken Safaris. I'll ask for her again, Ken, when I get done with all the 30, I'll just go back again and ask for her to make sure if she's here by then.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. My name's Ken Zarefis, President of Education Austin, the Employees Union for all employees classified and certified in the district. We're here to talk about safe, stable schools. We want to build safe, stable schools for our kids. We believe that takes investment. And the number one resource this district has is its people. And so those people need to be invested in. A little bit earlier, there was a comment made about the 91 teachers of promise. And I have a question. What are you promising them? Are you promising them a future? Are you promising pay that will allow them to build a family in this community and in this city? Are you promising them that they'll have a job rather than the revolving door that happens in our schools every year of 14 to 15% of our teachers leaving every year, and that after 5 years we have almost 70% of our teachers gone and we have to retrain teachers all over again? Let me tell you how you can keep some teachers. Pay them, retain them, attract them. I know it's hard. We're in negotiations all the time with y'all. We know it's hard, but the money's going to be there. Don't tell me it's not. You know that it will. But it takes courage to step up and do this. We expect more for all employees. We want to see investments in special ed, investments in dual language, in community school coordinators, in professional development for our classified employees. We expect all of our people in this district to be supported and lifted up, because it's an amazing group of people lift our kids up every single day. They deserve at least 10%. I know they do. Are you worth it?
Yes!
We are worth it.
We are worth it. We are worth it. We are worth it. We are worth it.
Lastly, I see the signs up in the front row. AISD Pride lies. It's important that we live our values and we walk them and not just march in a parade. We need to demonstrate them and stop with Celebration Church. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Trace.
My name is Tracy Dunlap. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Maplewood Elementary and a leader with Education Austin. And I'm here to talk about a 10% pay increase for all Austin ISD employees. For years now, the small raises we've received have been offset by increases in what we pay for health care, and they haven't come close to keeping up with the cost of living in Austin. I'm pulling money out of my savings every month to get by, which isn't sustainable, while my colleagues are driving for ride shares or putting off medical treatment. As a classroom teacher, I'm struggling, but so are the other members of the team who work toward the success of our students. How can our TAs, custodians, bus drivers, and others be expected to support their families on what is not even a living wage by Austin standards? We all contribute to the safety, health, academic growth, and social emotional well-being of our students, and we all need a raise. The people in this district who are showing up every day and doing the real work of educating and supporting students, these people behind me tonight, feel we are not being valued or respected. While AISD is offering a 1% raise for teachers only, surrounding districts, where the cost of living is lower, are offering their employees more significant increases in compensation. Those who have already moved out of Austin due to the expense of living here will soon find jobs in those areas, and others will be willing to commute to other districts for better pay. AISD cannot afford to lose experienced employees. You cannot afford to lose the talent in this district. In a statement issued in response to our demand for a 10% increase, AISD called on Education Austin to continue advocating at the Capitol for school finance changes to bring much needed funding back into the district. Here's what I have to say about that. We have consistently advocated for the state to contribute its fair share. We have lobbied and testified at the Capitol. We have block walked and phone banked to elect candidates supportive of our public schools. And we have done all of that while we also go in every day and do our jobs. We have shown up for the students and employees of this district, and now it's your turn to show up for us, because we are worth it.
Kelly Doan, and then Veronica Galej, and then Ali Takata.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Doan. I come here today as a representative of 300 families situated near Back Bay and Circle C. We want the board to know that we support MAP 11 because it's the only map that keeps our kids at Kiker. If you approve the other proposed boundary maps, the families in our area will be torn apart and the tone of our community will forever be changed. Kids in our section of the neighborhood won't be able to ride or walk the 1 mile to Kiker. This is something families have done for almost 30 years. These 4 items are not being considered by the Boundary Advisory Committee, and we want to know why. Number 1, costs and revenue. The cost to serve our section of Circle C is nothing. We have no buses and don't even require a crossing guard to get to Kiker. If you support the other maps, then you will bus us. That will add $50,000 a bus, so $100,000 in unnecessary costs that could go to teachers. Revenue. If you add a paid pre-K to the new Southwest School, which is desperately needed in the area, you will create a reoccurring revenue stream for Austin ISD. Number 2, comprehensive. There are currently 4 elementary schools in the Circle C catchment area: Kiker, Clayton, Mills, and Baldwin. Yet as of now, only 2 are being explored for boundary changes. When asked why, the response was because no one asked. Well, I'm asking now. Look at the enrollment and boundaries at all 4 schools and the new Southwest School and make a reasonable long-term decision. Number 3, self-contained neighborhoods. There are numerous self-contained subsections of Circle C in the area west of 1826 that is busing today to Clayton, Kiker, and Baldwin. Why are these not being considered to have the destination of those buses changed to the new Southwest School? I have attended Campus Advisory Council meetings and the BAC meetings, and I feel that reasonable decision-making is not happening and residents' concerns are not being addressed. I come with 300 signatures from my neighbors demanding action. We demand answers as to why you would destroy our neighborhood in a short-term, nearsighted, arbitrary enrollment target at one school and risk the future investment in Austin ISD.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Veronica.
Hello, my name is Dr. Veronica Gulledge, and I have been a teacher for 15 years. Tonight I would like to speak about respect. My educational philosophy is to keep it real. Respect, educate, advocate, and lead. Everything always begins and ends with respect. I am constantly advocating for the respect of my students, their parents, their culture, their community, their education, and their future. But tonight I want to do something that I rarely do. I want to advocate for myself and for all the other AISD educators who dedicate their time, energy, love, and money to our students. When I am speaking of educators, I do not just mean teachers. I also mean our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, our custodians, our secretaries, librarians, TAs, and all the others who help teach our students life lessons and respect. In our society, respect often equals pay and money. I only make a few $100s more a month than I did when I began teaching 15 years ago. And since then, I have added 2 graduate degrees and accompanying student loans and countless CE hours. No other profession would stand for that. They would demand respect. A 10% raise is a step in the right direction. It is easy to say educators are respected, but it is a much harder thing to do. Our community, parents, and students watch our actions and take cues from what is being modeled to them. If the district respects their educators enough to invest in them, others will as well. As I have learned through the years of teaching, words are much less important than actions. I did not choose to go into teaching. I actually wanted to go into law and politics, but I was born this way. Teaching is not what I do, it's who I am. All I want, and all many of my colleagues want, is to be able to afford to live and prosper in the city of my heart and practicing the profession that I love. And therefore it comes back to respect. Will our district put money and respect into our greatest resource, our educators, or would the money and respect go somewhere else, such as buildings, furniture, and things? Thank you for the privilege of being able to speak to you tonight, and I truly appreciate all you do for our students and their families. Like I said, I have 2 graduate degrees. I'm almost 40 years old, and I would like to be able to move out of my parents' house.
Thank you. Allie. Allie Takata. Allie, if you don't mind, after you will be Ramon Maldonado and then Elias Ponvert.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening, Dr. Cruz and trustees. My name is Ali Takata. I'll start with Education Austin, 10% yes. I'd also like to express my support for the AISD imbalance proposal. My family and I live in West Austin, and my 2 daughters attend an AISD elementary school in East Austin. I've heard the word sacrifice used in the context of this reinvention process, and I have some thoughts. Before I transferred my girls, I wondered about the changes in store for us. I learned that it's easy to imagine all the things we'll miss and the myriad of negative outcomes. But it's harder to imagine the possible benefits that result from a change like this. I can tell you that my girls have had an incredible year of learning and growth at their East Austin school. Their academic performance has been on par with previous years when they attended our predominantly white neighborhood school. Their personal growth astounds and inspires me. Their friendships cross racial and economic lines, and my girls feel like they belong in their school. As a family, we talk about the similarities and differences between our daughters and their classmates. We talk about racism, inequity, and justice. I believe we have a deeper understanding of ourselves since they've been attending their school. I see now that our initial discomfort, being new, and being an ethnic and economic minority has been a gift because it has allowed for immense growth. I recognize that change and the unfamiliar can be inconvenient and anxiety-provoking. Ultimately, this process has been deeply valuable for us, not a sacrifice. Looking back at the past 18 months, I can honestly say that I could not have foreseen the benefits of my decision. In thinking about your votes tonight, I humbly ask AISD to stop trying to make separate schools equal. Those policies and programs haven't worked for decades. Approving the changes suggested in the AISD imbalance proposal could be a first step in steering our district away from an unjust dual system towards equity. I truly believe that our shared future is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maldonado.
Good evening, board members. I'm a member of Zavala PTA. And I come again that we aggressively go to the community and try to recruit children to our school, because some of our members, board members, 3 years ago said if we raise our kids, we could probably have our school open. But also I wanted to come talk about special education, special needs. I sent my grandson to that school where I went, and my grandson wasn't being tested. But when I got to that school, he got tested, and he also did good on his STAR. So that's one thing about that school. But also, you need to help these teachers, give them the resources they need to do their jobs. Also, there's a magazine that says Austin's a great place to live. But not for our teachers, not for our truck drivers, not for our thing, you know. And so, I mean, you got to help us, man. I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm not an educator. I mean, I'm just trying to get our children educated and whatever they want to do in life. I just need your help, man. I mean, I ask questions. I said I bring papers saying about 10 points. I bring questions about how long is our school, so I don't get responses. I mean, well, I'm renege down that. I get responses from some of our people, but then I hear some of you people say, bring us. Oh God. Yeah, like, oh God, I'm just getting so upset about this. We need your help, and get your experts to work on this, and please help our teachers, our custodians, our bus drivers, because my sister and my two sisters are bus drivers, but they lived in East Austin, but they couldn't make it. They had to sell their houses, my mother's house, because they couldn't afford it for the retirement they had. And are we wasting our time, sir, on recruiting children?
Are we?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elias.
Hi, good evening. Members of the board, Superintendent Cruz, Trustee Ashe of District 4. I want to thank the board, firstly, for the time and opportunity to raise my concerns to your consideration. And I'd like to sincerely thank all of the teachers and staff here tonight for everything you all do for our kids and our community. My name is Elias. I'm a parent of 4, 3 of whom are at Brentwood Elementary here in the AISD. There's 2 things I want to talk to you all about tonight. The first is dress code, and the second is pay raises for our teachers and staff. So first, I understand the board is considering reforms to our dress code that removes useless and burdensome restrictions on how students express themselves with their dress. Thank you. By giving our students the right of self-expression without shame or exclusion, by giving students the right of expression will improve the material lives of hundreds of kids in the AISD system, and I applaud this decision. When the Director of Health Services brings a revised code to your consideration next month, I strongly encourage you to pass it. Secondly, teacher pay. Our teachers and staff are the heart and soul of our schools. In my ideal world, if I ran everything, they wouldn't get a 1% raise. They wouldn't get a 10% raise. They'd give a gall darn 100% raise. I would have doubled their salaries. That's the least they deserve, in my opinion. But I understand that you all cannot do that. I get it. But with increased funds finally coming down from the state, you can do this. You can do a 10% raise for our teachers and staff. A 10% raise would help retain the teachers that we have, would help keep them in this district, and would help relieve their economic stress. It breaks my heart to hear our teachers having to drive for Lyft or take on other jobs outside of their teaching responsibilities. You can do this. Please approve and pass a 10% raise for our teachers and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is the end of the 30 speakers. I'm going to go back to the one person who was not here when I called them, Julia Echternach, and I want to spell that because I apologize if I didn't pronounce that right. Echternach. Is Julia here tonight? If she is, Julia?
I know I can't speak for Miss Julia, but her child attends my school, and she wanted to give you this.
Can you give that to the security guard? And
Okay.
He can
Thank
give it
you.
to us. So I'm gonna move on.
She has a 21-day newborn, so thank you.
Oh, congratulations to her. I'm gonna move to the waiting list, and the first person on the waiting list is Cheryl Bradley. Is Bradley here? Miss Bradley? And you will be the last speaker tonight.
Lucky you guys.
Mhm.
Good evening to each and every last one of you. I am here for for one reason, but as I started listening to the teachers asking for 10%, it's really kind of interesting because I know what it feels like to be on your side of the desk. And I know that we are losing students and giving more money to the state. So I know at some point you hit a brick wall. So I understand that this day has come. Now, I don't know if you can do 10%, but it's hard for me to believe that you can't do better than 1%. So that's one thing. The other thing is integrate, Austin, integrate. So no, I'm not a fan of that because being of color, I know exactly what this city is like. It's a racist city. We have not addressed institutionalized racism within this district in a way that it matters to children. So until we can do that, I'm not going to tell you to integrate Austin ISD. I'm going to tell you to figure out how you deal with the institutional racism before you send our babies to a campus where I know they're not going to be educated and they're not going to be treated right. Trustee Anderson, I know you know what that feels like because you know what it looks like. I know what it looks like. I know back in the day, in the 80s, they were telling children who were from O2, well, we will give you a C just because your zip code is O2. It didn't matter how well the children did, but that's the way they were looked at. And you cannot tell me until you deal with the institutionalized racism that you have right now, you're not going to change anything, academics or anything else. The only thing that's going to happen is you're going to send those children to those schools and their self-esteem is going to drop. You can't be credited with that. So until you deal with institutionalized racism, don't do anything.
Thank you. Thank you all. This concludes our public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Please remember, since public comments are not specifically posted for discussion tonight, board members are legally restricted to either make a statement of specific factual information, recite existing policy in response to an inquiry, ask that the subject be placed on a future agenda, or ask staff to visit with the speaker about the issue. Trustees? Trustee, I'll go in order, like Letitia Anderson, Trustee Matthias, and then Trustee Singh.
I would ask that we bring up for the discussion about the grievance process. And also looking at teacher and staff pay raises.
Like many on the dais, I trust that administration is addressing the issue of pay raise, so we'll look forward to the administration's recommendations in that respect. In the meantime, it's not the first time that we as a board have heard the issue of grievances being heard by those who are part of the grievance. So I don't know if I suspect that the officers have addressed that at their last meeting, if maybe there's an update that you might be able to share, and or if there's any continuing board conversation for us to be able to put that one to sleep. Also, there was a gentleman who suggested that he dialed 65 times for public comment. I think there was another comment about how it is that our teachers, I mean, unless we're giving our teachers and staff members breaks at 1:00 p.m. on the Friday before our board meetings, I'm imagining they don't have an opportunity to call in and to be part of this. So I liked the idea. I don't know if the officers are willing to entertain a conversation on what the speaker suggested was 7 a.m. or 5 p.m. or something, so that we can show our most valued resource, our employees, how it is that they can be part of this civic process.
Trustee Singh.
I also wanted to, would love for us to visit the grievance process. And if I may take a quick point of personal privilege, I was so caught up in the motion earlier that I forgot to say this, that I just wanted to recognize the first ever Asian American Pacific Islander Day Against Bullying and Hate, which occurred actually on May 18th, which is the birthday of Vincent Chin. Vincent Chin was a Chinese American man who was beaten to death in a hate crime in 1982, an act that fueled a national Asian American activist movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustees, any other comments? Trustee Tice? No? Okay. So we will make sure and add to the operations meeting the grievance process, the public comment process, and then Dr. Cruz, the teacher staff pay raise, is that on the Ops Council meeting too, or is that?
It's actually on for the June board meeting.
Okay.
There's, I believe, probably at the work session, but
The work
certainly the
session.
June board meeting would be the voting time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see. Thank you, trustees. If there are no other comments, I'm going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any consent items that trustees would like to pull for a separate vote? Trustee Ellis? I'm sorry. Trustee Wagner?
I move that we pull 10.6 for a separate vote.
Okay.
I'd like to second that.
Wait, can she, yeah, we need rationale and then a second, thank you.
Rationale on that is that I would like to have some discussion about our definitions around hazardous traffic conditions in the district, and also understand better what we consider to be arterial in our district per the definitions in the policy at hand.
Okay. With the second by Trustee Cindy Anderson. Okay, and then Trustee Tice?
I would like to pull for discussion item 10.9 and 10.11. I need clarification on number 9 as to what that is about. And then on 10.11, I have a question regarding whether or not, I just have a question regarding that particular contract.
Okay. Seconded by? Trustee Singh. Okay, Secretary Ellens, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, here we go. I make a motion to approve consent agenda items 8.1 through 10.5, 10.7 through 10.8, 10.10, 10.12 through 11.10. So the exceptions are items 10.6, 10.9, and 10.11.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Yeah.
Oh, Trustee Tice. So having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Tice to approve consent agenda items. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you want me to
There's a
repeat them?
second. So, is there any discussion on these items? Yes, ma'am. Trustee Anderson.
I have 2 questions on 10.12 just for clarification, and then a couple of comments on 10.14. 10.12 is the contract for the online learning environment and web-based curriculum. Is there a reason why we didn't choose Ade Sawir, which had the higher score on the bid tabulation? If we could clarify that. And then secondly, whether or not Garza Online provides similar curriculum or does not.
I'll ask Dr. Gloria Williams to come forward on this particular item. I believe that and she can confirm this one, Odysseyware has been chosen, but the owning company or the ownership belongs to Edgenuity, so that's another company. But I'll have Dr. Williams just to clarify that particular point.
Good evening. We did select the highest ranking application that we reviewed, and that was Odysseyware. There was a difference you can see in your packet of 1 point between Odysseyware and Edgenuity. And Edgenuity owns Odysseyware.
And then the question regarding the Garza online curriculum, is there any crossover between what we have already on Garza online and what we're purchasing through?
The range of what we're purchasing is much broader. It covers all of the curriculum electives that are not available on the Garza program.
Thank you. My next comments have to do with 10.14, the contracted services for special education. I just wanted to point out this is at least the second, if not third time this has come up during my tenure. And from a governance perspective, I'm a little concerned that we don't seem to be addressing what seems to be the underlying problem. It states in the agenda item that we're impaired by our lower rate of pay as compared to other surrounding school districts, and that lower rate of pay hinders our options to fill these positions, and that the cost of having to contract out for services is considerably higher. And so I'm concerned that we continue to contract out for services which is more expensive than evaluating the internal rate of pay. Now, I will support the item because I'm not going to deny our kids the needed services, but I'm strongly asking that we address the underlying issue instead of having to spend more money on external contracted services. If he'd like to, that's fine.
Let me have Dr. Medina to come forward to address this particular item, because you are right, it has come before as far as the issues around staffing this particular position.
So the question did come up last year, Cindy Anderson, Trustee Anderson, and what we did last year is we did move some contracted services monies to support and to increase our salaries with areas such as LSSPs, DIAGs, and such, and to help us get to that median salary. In looking at our median salaries, even I just looked them up today. You know, we continue to be at that median salary. The challenge that we have is that when you are a DIAG or you're a speech path and you come in and even if you're at that median salary, once you pull out things like Social Security and you're having to pay that FICA, even though we contribute half of it, they're still contributing to the other half. So when you're pulling out things like TRS and Social Security, at the end of the day, it means less dollars in their pocket. So, I mean, we will continue to look at that. We can continue to look at, I know that there's an investment put in the PUTS document to increase the amount of contracted services to support areas such as evaluations, to see if we can continue to make some shift into compensation. It will put us higher. It hopefully will solve some of it. I don't know that it'll solve all of it.
Thank you. And I guess the other comment I would just make is that, you know, the document also indicates that we're projected to gain an additional 550 students in special education services. And so at a later date, I would love to hear some additional information as to how we intend to ensure that we've got the right staffing in place to serve those additional students.
Thank you.
Trustee Ellen.
So stay there. I want to acknowledge a couple things in the document that people may not be aware of. New federal guidelines, state guidelines around evaluating students for special ed has really, really increased the amount of work that we're asking of our district leaders. And personally, it's a long time coming, so I'm thrilled with that. But I also know that it is putting a strain. It kind of came during the middle of the year, and we do need to get ahead of it. So I also understand why the need for the contracting, but I don't think it's going away. So it is not a one-time catch-up, which is what I kind of thought we were doing a little bit.
Right.
There will be a little bit of that, but this is the new expectation. And so, along with Trustee Anderson, I do hope, or request, whatever the proper word is, that that the department, the district, is really thinking through our special education, our 504, the whole evaluation system, and how we do properly staff that. Because the language in here is it costs more to contract out. And if that's true, and this is an ongoing situation, I really would see that this is an intentional focus that you are able to put on this year.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Trustee Letitia Anderson.
And I will echo the same. Is it possible to look in-house before contracting out? How many people have the experience to evaluate? Because it's my understanding, I've heard it being as long as 2 to 3 years. So is it possible to look in-house before contracting out?
We know that we have struggled to even fill the vacancies. I know we have vacancies today, so it could be an issue of looking in-house, perhaps people that are not in those positions that might be interested in those positions, or even becoming, getting additional certifications. But we know that we have vacancies for the issues that we know. Sometimes it is compensation for us to even consider in-house because the vacancies currently exist.
Dr. Medina, are these positions identified as like hard to fill positions?
They are across the state. Across the state, yes.
And is the target? You're trying to get to the 50th percentile in salary, or
That's exactly right.
And because of the competition, or you are authorized, or you have the ability to go up from the 50th percentile?
We can go up as far as the board desires, and has that desire. And really, it's not just the desire, right? It's actually to be in compliance. And so, we are definitely looking at that. We know that the same issue, arises across all of our position types, right? Because once you take Social Security, the FICA out, that really brings its while we might see it as a competitive edge, it doesn't always get received that way from our employees, because at the end of the day, they want to be able to pay their bills and not necessarily have that concern in terms of reaching retirement age where they could benefit from Social Security. It's a concern for us, and I know it's been a long time concern for us.
I appreciate your comments. Trustees, any other discussion on those items? If not, we have a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Teich to approve consent items, agenda items 8.1 through 10.5, 10.7 through 10.8, 10.10, and 10.12 through 11.10. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes unanimously. So now for the items that were pulled from the consent agenda items, which were 10.6, 10.9, and 10.11. Secretary Ellens, do I have a motion?
I move approval of item 10.6, the resolution regarding hazardous traffic conditions for the 1920 school year.
Is there a second?
Second.
So trustee, having a motion, we have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? Trustee Wagner.
Well, first I'll start off by saying good evening to Mr. Hafizadeh. Thank you for stepping forward to answer questions. And also I want to recognize that I think you do an exceptional job managing your department, and this isn't a concern with that management or the challenges that you face in trying to get 80,000 students across our district every day safely. What I do want to raise is that a challenge that I've recognized that you have been in, I've seen, in that we have very particular policies and standards around what types of intersections and roadways that we can provide transportation to our students. This has particularly come to light of late when we've looked at the intersection of Brody and Slaughter as part of possible boundary changes within that area. The question that really comes to mind for me is, as we start to look at, even by the City of Austin standards, what is considered arterial by definition, and what the impacts of that would be to our transportation services as well. Regarding the item that we have in front of us tonight, I think I would also like to understand if the questions that I am posing in some way challenge us in being able to make the deadline that we have to submit information to TA, or if there's opportunity to explore these issues further.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much for the question. So every year, we are required by TEA to submit to the board and get approval for our hazardous routes definition and our next year's all the hazardous locations. So we have done this for the past 15 years I've been here. To answer your question specifically, we basically acknowledge, the board acknowledges the policy for the education code 42.155, which is on the resolution. So the board accepts that policy and we follow that policy. Now, of course, there is times that we have to go physically, view the locations for, the area you mentioned, Brody and Slaughter Lane. There is many controlled intersections. Is it a perfect decisions all the time? Of course not. And we don't make the decision by ourselves. We also take this, City of Austin Safe Route to Schools to get help from them. If we need additional signage, if we need additional crossing guards possibly, or if we need any other help from them. So, so basically board makes the decision of how to set the policy for hazardous area based on the TEA guidelines and the definition that is provided here. And it's according to the funding they provide. Of course, we don't get funding for transportation, unfortunately, hopefully soon. But basically, it's based on that. On that specific intersection that you just mentioned, actually, the City of Austin Safe Route to School has agreed with us to do a pilot program. If the boundary is changed for the 2021 school year, of course, we're talking, they will put couple crossing guard as a pilot program. And if they have students crossing, they will keep the crossing guards. And if they don't, they won't. So we have many areas in town that we have students crossing, many intersections. We have students crossing Lamar, Menchaca, William Cannon, you name it. So one thing we want to do, we want to treat all of our students the same, all locations in Austin. So if the board decides to change our policy of hazardous routes, then we gotta, we'll be more than happy to refigure based on that and come to the board with our options and of course the cost and the resources that is needed.
Thank you for that response.
Sure.
I did want to say, I think that the part of that, and again, I recognize that you're working within the policy and the definitions that you have in front of you. What I do have some heartburn about is that we get to a place where we say that if we create a safe passage for a student on this road, then we have to create a safe passage for a student on this road and this road and this road. It's hard for me to accept that we would know that we have roads like Menchaca, Lamar, that we have, high-speed traffic and significant arterial flow through those areas, and that because we have a policy in place that we have to accept that is an acceptable place for kids to cross on foot. So I really would like to see us do the due diligence to re-examine that, and I have a hunch that you mentioned, this is something that we've been moving through for the entire time you've been here, that it may have been some time that we've examined what is really considered as arterial and what our policy really covers in that way. And it feels to me like that time is here, particularly as we're talking about boundary changes for Southwest Austin, and we will be talking a lot more about moving students in different ways as we look at school changes. So it seems like an opportune time to look at that. But the question I do still have is in terms of our vote this evening for what you deliver to TA, is that something that we could still come back and re-examine at a later date prior to the school changes going into effect in 2020? Or is this something that, that we need to do prior to submitting this to TEA?
In order to have all of these hazardous routes that is in front of you as attachment 2, I believe, to be in place for next school year, it's either this board meeting or in June. I do prefer to do it tonight, so our schedulers and the community and everyone knows what we are doing for next school year, so we can start planning for our next school year. Because end of June, then it may not be enough time to refigure all of our routes and stuff like that for starting August.
So the dependency right now is not as much the TEA standard, but your dependency in terms of planning for the coming school year.
Right. All the TA wants the last board meeting, so there is one more in June of the year. For the following school year, you all approve all of our hazardous routes and the definition. But I do always come in May to make sure we have enough time for our community, for ourselves, and if there is anything else we need to do.
If we were to re-examine our policy and those standards, what timeline would your team need to be able to reconfigure those routes and properly examine the true list of what we would consider hazardous under new policy?
Well, I don't know exact timeline right now, but it would take a lot of work. It would take a lot of work, and if we refigure our hazardous route, which we're talking about any route that is on any student that lives under 2 miles, right? It will definitely, we will need additional resources. Manpower, hiring bus drivers is not very easy for us right now. That's number one. Then the other resources, including the cost.
And so am I safe in assuming that some of the school change processes that we're looking at that could include, campus consolidations, adjustments of boundaries, that's going to place some of that work on your team without even any of the hazardous conditions, so that might be an opportune time for you to do this work as well?
We are included in all of those discussions. So if there is any boundary change, if there is any consolidation, school changes, in those meetings all the time. So we do give our cost, which we already have for the school changes idea. But as I said, if we change our current hazardous policy, I highly say we're going to have additional costs, and I need additional manpower to make it work.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. Any other questions? If not, having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Cindy Anderson to approve agenda item 10.6. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Secretary Ellens, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 10.9?
I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent to enter into and execute an amendment with the Addison Group to provide additional temporary employment services for human resources and finance departments.
So is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Teich seconds. There a discussion, Trustee Teich? I think you had a discussion.
Correct. I had questions of Dr. Medina about this. This is another instance of outsourcing from the district, and given that we've had several reorganizations lately, I was just curious as to whether or not we already have in-house people who can fill these positions, and do we really need to go outside to find temporary employment services?
Sure, and I can.
And what are the positions that are going to be filled?
Absolutely. So this amount, at least for the human resources side, and Nicole can speak to the finance side, we did have a vacancy in human resources, which was a system analyst position. And then when we have a vacancy like that and we get requests, whether they're open records requests or requests from the board to fill any kind of do any kind of data dives or reporting out, and when we have that vacancy, we have to still fulfill that request. And so in the absence of that, we have contracted with the Anderson Group to be able to help us in that area. So this is not a permanent solution, but when we do have to contract out, we do it for these purposes. This is at least this is for the human resources side. I don't know if Nicole wants to comment on the finance side. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, good evening. So these are highly specialized skill sets as for our systems analysts for the purposes of running the ERP and payroll. As you know, we are building internal acumen with the system. From time to time, we have to go outside and build in those professionals who already know the Lawson software, who can help us troubleshoot the payroll systems more effectively. So these are sort of additional systems and support positions. And it is, quite frankly, difficult to recruit internal staff for these IT positions. Normally, the salaries aren't as competitive in our internal wage schedules, and so sometimes we do have to outsource in order to get that specialized expertise. But this is mainly associated with our ERP, which of course is, we don't have all the technical expertise in-house to satisfy some of the needs that we have to run and the system support. And we're very much concerned about making sure that payroll is stabilized, so we tend to sort of outsource where we need to bring in that system support.
And this is, I would say this is another example of the issue with the DIAGs and the evaluation folks, where we're contracting out when we're trying to fix, the compensation of these system analysts. These are highly skilled, highly competitive positions, higher wage, requires higher wages, and so this is just another example, right, of where our current salary structures and it's not as competitive to be able to hire and retain, to recruit and retain, these highly skilled positions.
I would say they are not competitive. It's difficult for us to find professionals that would stay on a long-term basis to do some of this highly special, just because it's IT. And you know the nature of IT, you're competing with Dell and Apple and other system support, especially when they're bigger system implementations we've found. So that's another, as other entities are implementing new software changes in ERPs, sometimes it's hard for us to find those personnel.
And these individuals, like the other case, actually can make more money working for these through contracted services they can through the district.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Trustees, any other questions? If not, having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Teish to approve agenda item 10.9. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes unanimously. Secretary Ellens, do I have a motion to approve agenda item 10.11?
I move that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent to enter into and execute a contract with SAS Institute to provide EVOS value-added student growth assessment data and software.
There's a second.
Second.
Trustee Teish. So is there discussion, Trustee Teish?
Yes, I had a question as to whether or not this particular contract had been discussed with the PPFT committee, since part of the requirements of the contract have to do with providing student data for PPFT.
Yes, Trustee Tyke, and I understand that this actually has been a long-standing discussion with the committee. Our current system, our evaluation system, PPFT, but also our administrator evaluation system, CAPER, the Campus Administrator Performance Review, both have baked within them student growth measures at the campus level. And so SAS, EVOS, is the organization that we contract with. It's the gold standard. They have proprietary rights to their the way they actually produce student growth measures, and we use them as a part of our evaluation systems. As it relates to the committee, the committee has expressed a desire to look at other ways to assess student growth, but as I said, this is the gold standard. We have looked at other ways to do that. There's just not been anything more compelling at this point than the value-added scores that we get through SAWS-CVAS.
Thank you.
So trustees, any other questions? Trustee Singh?
Yeah, so thank you for answering those questions, Dr. Medina, and I just wanted to follow up as well. Are we thinking about purchasing this primarily for PPFT, or is it also just for the district to know generally how our students are doing, how our schools are doing, and that type of thing?
So I think that's a really good question. So not only are we able to get data at the campus level, but this actually helps us get teacher data at the teacher level to help us determine, or to at least look at how our teachers are impacting student growth. Student growth meaning how students across the state, compared to students across the state, are making progress from are they showing 1 year's worth of growth? Okay. And that's totally different than the data that's produced through our state accountability system.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ellens?
I just really wanted to thank you and whoever gave us this packet on the system. I mean, trustees, if you haven't had a chance to look through it, it is the best explanation of our research process and how we can ask the right questions and how our evaluators look at the questions and the data that we may not ask.
Right.
And so I just really, really appreciate this, and I may want a training on it at some point, so thank you.
You're welcome. You'll remember that if you go back in February, we did a PPFT update, and we did reference a lot of this material there as well.
Sorry, I was looking at the material. Any other questions, trustees? Having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Teish to approve agenda item 10.11. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Secretary Ellens, do you have a motion to approve agenda item 12.1?
This is an item for separate vote, and I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the wastewater and water utility easement with the City of Austin for Doss Elementary.
Second.
So Trustee Teish seconds. Is there any discussion? Having a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Teish to approve agenda item 12.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed, all those abstaining, so showing. Trustee Wagner abstaining, and the motion passes 8-0-1. Let's see. Do we have any other? Okay. Sorry, in mine it says that you're supposed to ask you something. Sorry. There are two items on the agenda under the superintendent's report. First will be a presentation on PPFT leadership pathways for teachers. Dr. Cruz?
Thank you, President Rodriguez and board members. What the board has asked is that from at our time to time at our regular meetings, we introduce our community to specific areas that I do think are phenomenal. I think a lot of great work goes on in the Austin School District, and I just happened to be at a particular event. There's another one going on this week, but I was one specifically around something we were just talking about on professional pathways for teachers, but it was actually a leadership pathway. And what I really enjoyed about it is that it demonstrated the passion that our teachers have, that our staff members have. It demonstrated the way they think so much outside the box, and they actually demonstrated their work in such a professional way that was so inspiring. I didn't know what I was going to walk into. I'd heard a little bit about it, but reading about it is so different from actually experiencing it, and it was truly phenomenal. So as I was walking in my car that evening after I talked to different teachers and talked to different folks, I said, this is what I want for our next recognition at our board meeting during this time. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Drew Robinette and also Aaron Bound Anderson, who will also lead us in this presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Good evening, Dr. Cruz, President Rodriguez, and esteemed trustees. This evening around the boardroom, and hopefully it was pretty crowded earlier, if you got a chance to see, you see several large banners that communicate and highlight the clear work of AISD's first set of leadership pathways. Tonight, I'm joined by Erin Bound Anderson, who is our Director of Technology and Integration, as well as Trish Jarrett, the Assistant Director of Employee Effectiveness, and Kimberly Collins, you saw earlier, as our Secondary Teacher of the Year, who is a member of the Transformative Technology Leadership Pathway, just completing. You may recall from the previous board work session and discussions that Dr. Medina mentioned that Professional Pathways for Teachers was designed and implemented to connect appraisal, professional learning, and compensation, and as a part of those optional components of compensation, the district embarked on an implementation of 3 different leadership pathways for interested teachers beginning in 2017 for 17-18 and 18-19. Your investment in PPFT compensation and leadership pathways really actualizes the vision of reinventing the urban school experience. In addition to having an impact on students in classrooms, as Dr. Cruz mentioned, you'll get to see where there's an impact on classroom practice rooted in designated district initiatives. And leadership pathways through PPFT compensation really support that goal of incenting, developing, and retaining our effective, experienced teachers in our district. The first set of leadership pathways that are on your screen, and they're excerpts of the same posters or banners that are here for you, included the district priority areas of literacy, social and emotional learning, and transformative technology. Over 2 years, teachers have been engaging in 4 micro-credentials per pathway, honing their practice and utilizing those strategies with their students. Each micro-credential builds upon itself and unfolds over a semester with blended learning and face-to-face professional learning, tailored with additional coaching, support, and sort of a cadre of teachers and colleagues that can help develop practice further as teachers continue on their leadership journey. During year 2, teachers are also trained to review submissions of the following group of folks in the pathway so that they can complete with a final badge, and we're unveiling our badges this evening. That will be a part of a celebration that we will be having shortly. If you recall, Professional Pathways for Teachers, and specifically PPFT compensation, is part of that agreement that you're aware of between, and actually a collaboration, more importantly, between AISD, Ed Austin, and it's really more of a human capital system. It blends appraisal, compensation, and professional learning for teachers in a way that impacts and lifts student achievement in the classroom and ongoing growth and learning. Just to remind you, before we get to some of the demonstration this evening, Leadership Pathways really provides teachers an opportunity to develop their expertise in one of those several areas, in this case, to start off those 3 areas for 2 years. And outside of actualizing that vision through those micro-credentials and those earning of points, as you can see by the insert there on the screen, it also allows for teachers to really have an ongoing lift in growing their compensation. For example, 15 points in the 2-year leadership pathway process at a minimum, without the effective rating or better in a classroom for a teacher, that would demonstrate 15 points. And that pathway alone is $1,250, which then will compound and continue to grow over time. So Dr. Cruz mentioned the exciting event that was recently at Google Fiber. There was also an event for the Transformative Technology Leadership Pathway that was held at the PAC as well. It was a 2-day celebration. And so the points of pride is, in addition to the work that occurs in Leadership Pathways for Transformative Technology, you should know that over 201 teachers are graduating or celebrating, if you'll go back one, Trish, graduating or celebrating the completion of their leadership pathways. And often we are asked, are those only in certain sections of our district? Are these folks reflective of our district overall? The 201 teachers completing represent 80 campuses already here in our school district, and we have an additional number of folks who are in year 1 following that group. We already have 400 additional folks seeking to enter leadership pathways as part of the opt-in for this upcoming school year. And that real professional growth and shifting has started to transform practice in our classrooms. More importantly, we've seen some real shared ownership of district initiatives, not only by our teachers in the classrooms, by our campuses, but across departments, working with the Department of Academics and Social and Emotional Learning, the Department of Transformation in transformative technology, working with teams in professional learning. There's really been a village effort, and it's really also transformed the way in which we provided more job-embedded professional learning and coaching within our schools. With that in mind, our teachers are excited to finish the process, and likewise have over 20% of them have an interest in coming right back in. That's on a space available basis. They have 1 year that they hold out so we can continue to grow the amount of folks that can access Pathways. That's just part of the way we designed it. But do know that we're looking for 3 key areas in the Pathways, and that's what Dr. Cruz saw actualized on some of the voices and posters, that folks are implementing the learning, that it has to have an impact in the classroom and they're reflecting on that impact. And then the third area, that they have that sense of integration of the 6 C's and the components of those power skills and the way in which they're embedding that into their lessons. So the recent event at Google Fiber and the recent event at the PAC were very exciting, and I turn it over to my colleague, Erin Bound-Anderson, along with Ms. Collins, who's gonna give you just a snippet of glancing and looking into what that looked like, times 71 individuals who shared that in that setting.
Good evening, trustees. So the Leadership Pathways has provided a unique platform for the tech design team to develop sustained professional learning around the AISD goal of transformative technology use. It's my honor to be here to recognize teachers like Kim Collins, who I consider to be one of the most innovative, dedicated, and self-reflective practitioners I've met. So the visionary leaders of this pathway, who are actually here tonight, oh, there they are. Amber Reinhart, Sarah Dilley, and Laura Browder have guided teachers in deep reflection and encouraged them to lift their practice to a whole new level. They designed this pathway to culminate in a public celebration of their work. So friends, family, and colleagues came and joined at the PAC and at the Google Fiber to listen to their stories. So teachers across the district are using technology to make their thinking more visible, to work with students to set, achieve, and reflect on their personal goals, to create and innovate in new and amazing ways. So as a coaching team, we have the privilege of... Thank you. So we, as a coaching team, have the privilege of seeing this daily and at events like the Blended Learning Summit. So the banners around the room, like this one next to Kim, are windows into the teachers' stories about their experience blending and personalizing learning. They also reflect the experiences of both parents and students and sometimes administrators. On the next slide, I think. I wish you could hear from all 71 of these amazing educators who completed the pathway, but you do have access to this flyer, which has some more videos of teachers in their classrooms and hearing from their students as well. So I hope you'll have some time to watch those. So at this time, I'm excited for you to hear about one story from one incredible person tonight. Kim Collins, math and engineering teacher at the Ann Richards School and secondary teacher of the year. She'll share her experience of how being in the Leadership Pathways for Transformative Technology has enhanced her practice. But it's only appropriate that we introduce Kim through the voice of her own principal, Christina Waugh.
So Kim Collins has really transformed our work here on campus, absolutely around reflection in the classroom, and being a math teacher, it's really important for our girls to gain confidence and to understand how they're thinking about a problem, how they're going about solving a problem so that they can apply that to the next one. And Kim has found the magic about having the girls really reflect in a meaningful and purposeful way, and then recording that reflection so that the next time that they come across that problem, they're looking at the reflection that they put down. You know, Kim has also transformed the way in how she approaches instruction, and so it's much more personalized. And when we talk about equity and what a student needs, she's able to drill in and say, Chris needs this, but Jenny doesn't. And so I'm going to give Chris this material and I'm going to give Jenny this material, so that she doesn't just teach to the middle and give everybody the same thing. So between personalization and what she's done with assessment and reflection, she's changed our school.
So this program has been really transformational for my classroom practice as well as for my students. They've been very gracious about being my guinea pigs throughout this whole process. And I really have focused in on how to take reflection to that next level. One of the things I always tell my students is that you learn more from math by making mistakes and reflecting on those mistakes and then coming back at it. And so really taking that to practice and having them look at reflection and using reflection on a daily basis. And we talk about reflection. What does it mean to reflect? You know, we do it as teachers all the time, and sometimes we do it on a daily basis where the next day we come in, even the next class, we change what we were doing based on what we saw. And so how can we take what we're doing at that level and translate that to the students and have them doing it on a class-by-class basis? And so our students, we want them to be able to have choices in the reflections, not just answer questions. What about picking a menu of questions that is most meaningful to that learning experience at that time? And so giving them an opportunity to take what they did that class, reflect on it, learn from it, and come back with a renewed sense of vigor the next class, and being able to say, hey, I was able to do this, I know I can do this. Failure's nothing, it means I'm learning and I can come back and be stronger because of it. And so a lot of what I do in my classroom is I take that reflection, it's always at the end of class because I want them to reflect on the entire process. You know, I do videos that my kids watch. You know, I have them, I tell them they're like movie previews. And when you come to class, you get the movie. And so they have these movie previews. They go home, they get a little taste of it. They're learning some vocabulary. They're interacting with the videos. And then they come to class, and I have data to pull from those videos, and I use that data to inform on a class-by-class basis. I know what each class needs, where each class's misconceptions are coming from, and I can address those. And then the students come in. Once I've addressed those misconceptions, they know where they stand, and they can choose from a menu whether or not they need more help. They want to start with the engage, where they get more one-on-one help from me or partner help. Or they're ready to move past the engage, they can jump right into the apply. It's a little more challenging. It's what everybody in the classroom is eventually going to do. And then if they're starting with the apply, they can move on to the challenge piece. And the challenge piece really forces them to step outside their comfort zones and struggle. And especially when you're talking about students who are coming into, 7th and 8th grade algebra. You know, they're not used to, everything comes easy to them. And so when they face their first struggle, letting them know the struggle is okay. Letting them know that they need to overcome those struggles. And so letting them find those struggles themselves and letting them know that it's okay. And then at the end of class, they do a knowledge check. And a knowledge check is 2 to 3 questions, and it's application, it's synthesis, it's how I would expect to test them. And it gets them to know that they really understand the material. They're walking out of my class knowing they get it. And if they don't get it, they're using that reflective piece and they know, okay, I didn't get this, I need to ask questions. And I'll tell you what, that's the hardest thing to get 7th and 8th graders to do, is to ask questions, because nobody wants to be out there and say, I don't know. And so when I start those discussions and hearing them ask those questions, hearing them have those discussions with each other, this program has been amazing for really transforming what my classroom looks like and what my students are doing in that classroom. And this program has really helped me focus in with the intent to change that instruction, looking at research to back that change. And that's what I really like about this program. And the fact that I've been able to collaborate, this wasn't all my own idea. I talked to so many people in the district. I talked and collaborated with everybody in this program, and they helped me make these changes. And so I felt like, so many times I go outside of the district for PD, I was actually able to stay in the district and get my meaningful professional development here. I felt like I accomplished something. It was exactly what I was looking for, and it was exactly what my students needed.
And then we have a video from your students as well.
Oh, yes.
So let's hear from the students themselves.
Hi, my name's Claire. I'm in Ms. Collins' 8th period, and I really like the flipped classroom kind of thing, because when I can do my notes the night before class, I feel a lot more like if I don't understand something in the notes, I'm able to ask questions and learn more about the lesson during class, and be able to correct myself more easily.
Hi, my name is Mirka Virvegas and I'm in Ms. Collins' 8th period class, and I agree with Claire because the videos, I do it the night before the night before I have Ms. Collins, and it helped me because not only is the try it out and the notes videos in one, but also the engage and the apply, because sometimes I get confused with one independent practice, but now we have two, so it can help me so much more be more organized.
My name is Stephanie, and I like having the different levels, because if I don't really understand it, then I can start with the easier stuff and then work my way up, practicing more. So I think it's really helpful.
My name's Audrey, and reflecting after assessments have really helped me to think about what my next steps are after I finish something. So I'll just be able to have a plan set for myself so that I'll know what I need to work on and improve for the future.
Working on reflections for me has helped me figure out what I need to work on the most, so for subjects that I really need help on, and it's helped me learn step by step what I need to fix.
Reflections for me have helped me figure out what I need to work on. It makes me go back and look at what I've done, and it helps me ask for help, because sometimes it's hard for me to ask for help, but the reflections give me an excuse kind of.
So there's lots to celebrate in terms of leadership pathways, and the transformative technology leadership pathway really helps to create that sense of understanding and paints that picture. This also allows us to continue to invest, grow, invest in, grow, retain teachers like Kim Collins, teachers like Rodrigo Rodriguez Tovar, Medina Willis, and others who were part of videos, and the other 71 folks who are represented not only in the hallway outside, but here as well for both literacy and SEL, in addition to transformative technology. We want to invite you and remind the trustees of the Leadership Pathway Celebration and Gathering that we have May 22nd at O. Henry. It won't be exactly the same in terms of the demonstration, but if you're willing and able to come and celebrate with us, we certainly want to welcome you to do that. We also want to tell you that this work is not only in progress, it's continuing to grow. So through this development, we'll add 2 additional leadership pathways this upcoming year. One will be in advanced academics and differentiation, and the other will be in problem-based learning. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge tonight someone who helps to harness all of this great work and that collaboration, not only with teachers, but with each of our departments, and that's Timai Dong, who is sitting behind us. Timai, if you'll be recognized, she is the coordinator for employee effectiveness, who is really the head wrangler, cheerleader, and really overall supporter for leadership pathways, and we appreciate so much all that she does as well. So we thank you so much for allowing us to share just a glimpse into the great work that's happening in our classrooms, and that it's continuing to fuel that reinvention through the leadership pathway process and PPFT.
Thank you all so much for the presentations. Yeah, we can give him a nice round of applause. Yeah. This is actually very impressive. So thank you all for being here and sharing in the late evening on the last week of school, but sharing really the skill set and what this represents. And Ms. Collins, you also mentioned it's professional development that's meaningful. This isn't that somebody sits across from you and rates you. You have to do that because the state says you have to. After a while, that's really not the way we learn. We really learn through reflection. It has to be meaningful. It has to be relevant. Very much is what you're doing with students, but now for the teacher, it's respecting the teacher as a professional. That's why every single one of those words is very intentional. Professional pathways for teachers. This is a leadership strand. And this is really, I as a learner, to saying, this is what I need. Let me socialize what I know. Let me socialize what I don't know. And let me learn from my colleagues. So that's the essence of it. It's hard to encapsulate that, but this is a demonstration of what it really represents and what actually it means to a teacher, because that's what we're trying to do. And we're all in it to be better for our students. And also thank you for acknowledging Team My Dong. So, because I know Team I has been working really hard on this one, but all the other projects as well. And Kevin Schwartz is over here on to the right, who heads up the technology office. I will invite board members or audience members. Every one of these presentations, so you heard of Ms. Collins, but you can look at Ms. Garcia's presentation. There's QR codes. So if you scan that QR code, you actually get what you just saw, made from students or a colleague. And saw that the demonstration just sort of all came around, but it is around professionalizing the profession, making sure that the staff development and what we're learning is meaningful and relevant. Total mistake to say 6,000 people are all going to get the same thing. It's nice to check a box. It doesn't mean anything for learning. We're not kidding ourselves when we do that. When we individualize it for our students, but individualize it for our staff, I think now we're at a different level. And I do want to thank everybody in the back as well, y'all in the front, and then everybody coming together, because it really is a team effort. Thank y'all so much.
In the spirit of technology, for those of you who are wondering that you don't have a QR code reader, your iPhone will do it for you. If you just hold it up to the screen of what we presented this evening, even on your television, you could go in and see if you can't join us for taking a look at some of that great work. So please do that as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustees, do you have questions for anyone? Trustee Tice?
I want to congratulate all of you, because as a retired teacher, I'm always thrilled when teachers are given opportunities to be leaders on their campuses, and this is a very rigorous process, and it also involves more money too. So I think that's very, very helpful. And I hear occasionally that teachers don't know very much about this, so I'm just kind of curious about how often you educate teachers about PPFT. Is there like an outreach every year? And I know you have to be taught for 2 years. So what is the process?
So what we do is every year, and we've particularly doubled down this year because of the beginning part of Leadership Pathways began in 2017, and that's when we began rolling to PPFT compensation online. So we thought there was some momentum going, but we realized there needed to be an opportunity to re-educate again this year. There was an entire communication plan that was put into place, a communications toolkit. We developed materials to be shared at campuses. There was a video that went out, and we pushed out not only to principals and site leaders, but we pushed it out to teachers directly through something we call Constant Contact. Our team had webinars as well as sessions at some different sites around the city. And then we likewise did an additional push in terms of that communication. It does require that you have the 2 years and that you have an effective or better rating in our system. Did I misspeak? Just for Leadership Pathways, but PPFT compensation, then folks, once they had not brand new teachers, but once folks are here, they can opt into PPFT compensation. You know that over time, we're planning to roll all folks into that. I mean, we're getting closer and closer in terms of that.
Very good. Thank you so much. And congratulations, and thank you for all of your hard work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Ellens?
Y'all just ready to go, aren't you? Just kidding. I really want to thank Dr. Cruz and all of you for bringing this forward as a topic. We talk a lot about how do we show our priorities, and when we see the data on this, it's great. But it really is so lovely to really personalize it and start understanding how it is impacting not only you as the teacher, but your students. So we talk about reinventing, and everybody wants some real flashy thing out there, but this is the root of the work. And I applaud you. I don't want to take it for granted. I just think it's really amazing. And thank you very much for being here at 10 o'clock at night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions before we? Thank you all very much for being here.
They're also very strong influencers. They had me take a picture with them. They said, we're all going to dress up. If you saw the picture, I was the only one wearing the big sunglasses, the hat, and the boa. And I said, I'm the only one. But anyway, it's actually, I guess I'm saying this because they're lots of fun, and they just love what they do. So I told you I wouldn't be the only one who was impressed. You'd see it from the 9 trustees who were before you as well. Thank you all so much for what you do.
Thank you. So trustees, the last item on the agenda is on school changes, guiding principles. Dr. Cruz?
Thank you, President Rodriguez and board members. So for this particular item, which is up for action for the board, it is around making sure that we're providing 21st century learning spaces for as many students as we can, as fast as we can. Something that's coming up this next school year. So we will, many times if a school district opens 1 or 2 schools, that's a lot. Next school year, we will open 7 schools, new or fully modernized or a portion of a modernization. So in January 2020, we're looking at opening T.A. Brown, Menchaca, and Go Valley. So I'm sort of saying this from Matias, make sure that we're always on schedule. He says, yep, we're on schedule, right? In August of 2020, we're looking at opening New Blazer Relief, the New Southwest Elementary, Doss, and Norman. That total construction is a little over $250 million of new modernized spaces for our students. That's implementing the bond and keeping the promise, trying to get as many students as we can in 21st century learning spaces as fast as we can. In January 2021, a year later, we're looking and on schedule to open Murchison. Tomorrow's a groundbreaking, but Murchison and Richards in August of 2021, Rosedale, Eastside Memorial High School, partial for Hill, and Sanchez. That construction costs over $255 million. For January 2022, New Health Profession School. For August of 2022, Bowie, partial Austin, Cassis, Brentwood, and the new Northeast Middle School at over $266 million of construction costs. In the past, since 2009, we've opened 5 schools total since 2009. So just trying to put this into perspective, what is it that we're trying to do here? And so what do these guiding principles even represent? But just going back, since 2009, we've opened 5 schools. Gariski, Baldwin, Uphouse, Guerrero Thompson, and Padron, with a little construction of a little over $128 million. The guiding principles will help us make decisions. I wanted to come back to level set expectations. We are providing 21st century learning spaces for our students. We are implementing the bond. There's a lot of complexity in implementing the bond because we're looking at academics, we're looking at achievement, we are looking at other facility conditions and educational suitability. We're trying to prepare students and make a lasting impact for 10 to 20 years, not just next year or the year after. It will impact different boundary changes. That's been one of the questions that's come up. Just by implementing the bond, we have to address boundary changes. There's a new Southwest Elementary, a new Southeast Blazer Relief, and the new Northeast Middle School. So even when we didn't want to do boundaries, we have to, because those 3 call for it. So there's a different strategy to solve a different problem across the entire district, but nonetheless, those are at a minimum items that we need to address. The good news is also that we're not doing this alone. We're doing this with our community, but also the city of Austin with our mayor, our council member Tobo, passing a resolution to work with the school district and then perhaps repurpose a facility. That facility may be around housing, recreation, open spaces, or a combination thereof. So President Rodriguez just wanted to bring back the guiding principles back to the board, wanted to put in and contextualize a little bit more because that one standalone document sort of sounds like what's it about. It is connected to the implementation of the bond and preparing students for their futures and making sure they're going to be successful. The guiding principles will just show a perspective. It's not the end. We have to apply the guiding principles, bring it back to the board, and the board will make decisions based on what we have. We may have to modify them, but we at least want to know, is this the right direction? So with that, we open it up to the board discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Secretary Ellens, do you have a motion to approve agenda item 13.2?
I do. I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the guiding principles for the school changes process work as recommended by the administration.
So is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Tice seconds it. Is there a discussion? Let me see. I started on the left. I'll start. Trustee Ellens, since you made the motion, I'll recognize you first, and then Trustee Tice, and then Trustee Wagner,
Oh.
and then Trustee Anderson, and then Trustee Matthias, and then Trustee Singh. Sorry, I'm trying to get all the names out. Trustee Ellens?
Okay. So I want to be upfront and let people know that the Board of Trustees have been working on this document for about 5 months. And while that may seem excessive, I think it's important to know that we're all coming at this from a different point in the learning curve, and we all had to kind of get our footing. So this has allowed new trustees, as well as the community to get up to speed on what's happening, not only in our school district, but in our city, in our state, and in really the nation that is driving and affecting what's happening in our schools. This time has also enabled the board to call out equity by name and to own the direction that the district takes in applying its equity lens to this work. In fact, the purpose of this document was originally to ensure that the school change process is implemented with thought and care around issues of equity, customer service, student success, and the academic vision that all students in Austin ISD deserve the highest quality schools, teachers, and coursework to prepare them for the yet-to-be-known challenges that they will face in their college, career, and life pursuits. Now, if you recall, the Facility Master Plan adopted a few years ago set this work in motion. However, when purely using data to inform decisions, we ended up with some concerns around disproportionate impact. So don't think we've started all over. We're going to use all the input and the data and the information that was gleaned during that earlier work. But what we have before us today is a way to balance the data with the community, board, and the district values. So this document represents the views of the board and the community as evidenced by the changes that have been made since the process began in January. While it may not hit every nuance that each individual trustee or community group might like to see, it does capture what the majority of trustees and the public have vocally supported over this time. It is equity arrived at thoughtfully. It is important for every one of us on this board, in this room, and watching online or beyond to realize this document is not a checklist and it is not a priority list. It is instead a gut check, that if you will, so that it can be used to overlay a very data-driven process. It's for internal use, meaning that the administration will use it to give direction or to get direction when they reach a crossroads in their decision-making. So thank you for your patience in allowing us to get here. And I believe the work is also going to set us in the right direction for our 2020-2025 strategic plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Ellens. Trustee Teich?
Thank you, Trustee Ellens. Very eloquent. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the context that you've offered. I support the guiding principles, but I would like to make 2 amendments, and I know that we'll have to vote on each one of those amendments. The first one is an addition under Roman numeral 2, which would be letter I believe. And that amendment would say, strengthen and stabilize student population levels within feeder patterns by promoting socioeconomically balanced schools. So that is my first amendment, which is actually an addition to Roman numeral 2.
So Todd, that is a motion to amend the motion. So we have to have a second for it and then have discussion around it in order to do that. So Trustee Teich, again, you're making a motion to amend the document.
Correct.
And can you repeat 2I again that you're
Correct.
proposing?
I will be glad to do that. Strengthen and stabilize student population levels within feeder patterns by promoting socioeconomically balanced schools.
Question. We're hearing 2I. I'm not seeing a 2G.
That's H. I'm sorry, not I.
Okay.
H. Thank you.
Actually, it's
So it's actually amending 2G. Is that right? Trustee
Okay.
Teich?
Yes. Sorry about the confusion. Yes, it would be amending letter G under 2.
By promoting socioeconomic.
By promoting socioeconomically balanced schools.
Balanced schools. Okay. So we have a motion to amend the motion
Happy to second that.
by adding to item 2G. Trustee Matthias has seconded the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the motion? Trustee Wagner and then Trustee Matthias.
I think the one caution I would encourage my fellow trustees to view this through is that if we only choose to strengthen and stabilize student population levels within feeder patterns, and the only way we choose to do that is by promoting socioeconomically balanced schools, yes, that is something I think that we've touched on in other places, but if we limit that strengthening and stabilization within feeder patterns, we could be inadvertently weakening other options within the district at the same time. So I think it's just very important to think about the two sides of that coin and making sure that we're not inadvertently limiting the trajectory of a school to be successful by tailoring that so narrowly.
So, Trustee Matthias?
For that reason, I would be supportive of having this as a letter H. If Trustee Tyke wanted to pull down that motion, I'd be happy to support the adding. I think it's important for us to have that. One of the visuals shared with us during public comment by the first speaker, if I'm not mistaken, shows essentially that we have 97 schools here in the Austin ISD that are either primarily poor or that are primarily rich. There's nothing in the center. What I'm hearing Trustee Tyke suggest is that this amendment to the motion would allow us to help to pool students and schools into a more integrated situation. That is something I could definitely support.
So, Trustee Matthias, just to clarify, so are you proposing an edit to her motion?
I didn't
or-
make the motion, but I'm happy to suggest that it be, if we were to take down that motion, I'm happy to take down my second in order to put it up as a separate letter in line with what Trustee Wagner is telling us, that there are other ways to strengthen and stabilize student population levels apart from what's being proposed by Trustee Tyke.
So I would be interested in hearing your substitute motion before I agree.
Do we have the language that you proposed?
So while
No.
Trustee Matthias puts together the draft language, Trustee Tyke, I know Trustee Cindy Anderson had a question, so I'm gonna recognize her while Trustee Matthias is doing that.
Trustee Tyke, can you help clarify what you're looking for differently by either modifying G or considering an alternative amendment from Trustee Wagner or Matthias, and what's currently listed in 3A? Because in terms of, I guess, the direction that we give to the administration and how you're looking for them to interpret what already exists differently, I'd like, if you could help me better understand what it is you're hoping that they would do differently by doing that relative to what's currently there.
I would require a couple of minutes to study that, and then I'll be glad to answer. Thank you.
Okay, so let me recognize Trustee Matthias.
While Trustee Tyke is looking at that, I might propose that letter H would read simply, promote socioeconomically balanced schools. The change that I'm suggesting would take the clause that Trustee Tyke had suggested by promoting socioeconomically balanced schools and simply changing the by promoting to promote, and then using the same last three words that she had suggested.
So Trustee Wagner, would that?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, Trustee Wagner, do you have a question?
Well, I wondered back to Trustee Anderson's note here. I mean, we have 3A that is talking about optimizing opportunities for socioeconomic diversity. So that, it is semantics, but I think it's important semantics in this case. Are we seeking socioeconomic diversity while balancing proximity to neighborhood schools? Or are we simply seeking to have balanced socioeconomic schools? Because those could mean different methodologies when it comes to how our administration approaches solutions. So I think it's a worthwhile hair to split, so to speak.
So, Trustee Matthias?
I'm happy to split that hair with you and to move it to 3A, if amenable to Trustee Tyke, such that 3A might read, optimize opportunities for socioeconomic diversity and promote socioeconomically balanced schools while balancing proximity to neighborhood schools.
That is a big old bullet.
Was that a yes, Trustee White?
If I could provide some rationale, I'm happy to move it to Section 3. So Section 2 is putting more students into reimagined 21st century learning environments. In my estimation, it fits less. It's less closely aligned with number 2 and more with the idea of number 3, and especially what we hear in 3A.
So thank you for the rationale, Trustee Matthias. Trustee Wagner, do you have any comments? Or if not, I will recognize Trustee Teish.
There's an important note in 3A, and that is while balancing proximity to neighborhood schools. Because as we all recognize that we live in one of the most economically segregated cities in the nation. So that's, I think, a very important distinction to continue to make. And that's one, as I'm poking at this, I mean, are we indicating that our highest priority is essentially crosstown busing to make that happen? Or are we talking about preserving neighborhood and neighborhood schools, and what types of attendance boundaries are we talking about? How are we going to effectuate those things? So I think those things start to get called into reason when we start to look at things like proximity to neighborhood schools. So those are things that I just want to be mindful of, that even though that language, we can cram everything into that one bullet, but the more that we cram in there, the more I think we start to obfuscate what we're looking for administration to seek as its highest priority. So, I don't know exactly what the right answer is in terms of the right language, but I call it out because I feel like the two things on the table in terms of motions are potentially in conflict, or I guess a motion and suggested language could potentially be in conflict not only with each other and also with the language that we currently have in there.
So, Trustee Teish, as the author of the amendment, I yield the floor to you.
Thanks. So I think I could pull down the motion. I'd be willing to do that, but I would like to have some assurance that we're promoting socioeconomically balanced schools. And if we can put that into 3A, and I'm also open to removing neighborhood schools and stating while balancing proximity from home to school. So I'm open to what Trustee Matthias has suggested, that we collapse that into 3A. But I am very concerned that unless we say something specifically about promoting socioeconomically balanced schools, that we'll lose sight of that. So I think we need to have that in there. So Trustee Matthias, could you say once again what you were suggesting for 3A?
I'd be happy to. In 3A, what I'm suggesting is that between the words diversity and while, the following words would be inserted: and promote socioeconomically balanced schools, such that the new sentence, or the new letter A would read, optimize opportunities for socioeconomic diversity and promote socioeconomically balanced schools while balancing proximity to neighborhood schools.
So I would accept that language, except that I would amend it to, rather than saying proximity to neighborhood schools, I would say proximity from home to school. If Trustee Matthias is willing to accept that.
I'm happy to second your motion.
Okay.
So I'm going to restate that because I got it. I got it.
Yes.
But I saw Trustee Singh. Do you have a comment about this particular amendment? Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Well, if you-
So, sorry. Well, and it is related. The motion I was going to make is actually very related. I was actually going to suggest promoting 3A to 3, so that we flip-flop 3A and then the main one. And so if we take your longer version and promote that.
As number
Would
three.
that be as number 3, as the number 3 heading? Is that something that
So-
we could consider?
I think that would give me assurance that we're asking staff to move in the direction of socioeconomically balanced schools. And I think that elevates it to a higher level, so I would be agreeable to that.
So let me just get clarity from Todd. So Todd, do I need to ask Trustee Tice to rescind the amendment that motion that she made? Or, well, she can rescind it because there's been a second to it. We're in discussion. So can she rescind it, or do we need to vote it down and then consider another motion to the amendment of what we're all kind of describing now?
You've got a lot of things going on, and you've got a
Yes.
lot of options.
Mhm.
Probably the cleanest is to have an up or down vote on Trustee Tyke's original motion.
Todd, you,
Yeah, it's all. No?
it's not working.
You have a lot of options. The first is an up or down vote on Trustee Tyke's original motion, because there was never an amendment to that motion. There was never a subsequent motion to amend the amendment. That said, with unanimous consent, if the presiding officer asks if the board has consent for Trustee Tyke to concede to Trustee Singh and Matthias's additions, I would simply ask that one of them rephrase what the motion that Trustee Tyke can consent to now, if the overall board consents to that process at your direction or request, President Rodriguez.
So, trustees, do you consent to kind of us changing this motion and amending it, or do you want to just vote on the particular amendment that was just made and then we consider
Other possible motions.
other possible motions?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can still discuss it,
Okay.
but I kind of want to have a sense of what motion we're doing. So I can restate it if that's helpful. Or what would you like to do? Restate it? Okay, so Trustee Teish, with a second from Trustee Matthias, made a motion to amend the motion by creating a section, by amending section 2G by adding to strengthen and stable student population levels within feeder patterns by promoting socioeconomic balanced schools. In the subsequent discussion, Trustee Teish has agreed to change the language to make a motion to add to section 3A and change the wording there to say optimize opportunities for socioeconomic diversity and promote socioeconomic balanced schools while balancing proximity from home to schools.
So the board's options are to consider the second one by unanimous consent, or to take an up-down vote on Trustee Tyke's original motion.
So without objection, if we can consider the second motion to amend the document, then we can have discussion on that one.
Well, it's not a second motion. It's what the board is allowing Trustee Tyke to now convert her motion to amend to.
Got it. Trustee Tice?
If it's cleaner for everybody, we can do an up or down vote on my very first one, and then we can move to the second one. That might be a cleaner way to do things, so I'm cool with that.
Okay. So is there any discussion on the motion from Trustee Teish to add to 2G by promoting socioeconomic balanced schools? Any Trustee Ellens?
Well, there could be a misleading thing here, because if there are people that want to discuss this issue more, I mean, if that motion passes, the discussion is over.
I think the idea is to vote up or down on this original one, so
Right.
then we can consider another amendment
But if
to
it-
the motion.
If it passes, the discussion is over because it is passed.
That would be true. So,
So
does,
that's why I'm just checking
yeah.
to make sure.
Does anyone want to have more discussion on that original amendment to the motion?
I'm so confused. I have thoughts and feelings that I would like to discuss about all the things that are happening here, but it sounds to me like if I'm hearing correctly, that the wish is we would vote on that, and there's kind of almost an understanding that that one won't pass, so that we move on to the second one. So that we move down into Roman numeral 3. Otherwise, yes, I have things I would like to say. But I want to, I understand what Trustee Ellens is saying and don't want to lose the opportunity to speak to this.
You are correct, and I don't believe we're going to have a vote on the motion until we all think all of the trustees have had an opportunity to speak about the guidelines, if that's helpful, because we're still not on the motion itself for the entire guidelines. We're still considering amendments to it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is either you're welcome to speak now about this particular amendment, or there's still opportunity to speak on other parts of it.
So to this particular amendment, that is the letter G, that adds the wording of Trustee Teich. I'm not going to speak about that right now, but reserve the right later to
Absolutely.
come back.
Absolutely. Trustee Wagner.
May I ask respectfully that we table Trustee Teich's motion while we continue to have discussion about the rest of the document, and then come back to it after we've had discussion about the full document?
We cannot do that because there's a motion on the floor with a second. We've had discussion, and we either need to recognize other trustees for
Well,
discussion, or we need to vote up or down.
We also
on
have the
amendment.
option for the trustee to withdraw her motion for the moment as well, correct? No? 'Cause it's
The
been
presiding
seconded?
officer, if the trustee is inclined to do that, the presiding officer can permit that with unanimous consent of the board, which just means he asks that it be done, and if no one objects, you can move on to the next possible amendment.
So, Trustee Tice, with
I'm all in favor of making this easier, so I'll withdraw the motion.
There you go.
So with unanimous consent, we will withdraw that motion. We recognize that we withdraw that motion. And now the floor is open for discussion, and Trustee Matthias.
I'm
Yes.
happy to restate a possible motion by Trustee Teich.
Well,
what
that
I'm-
would be your motion now, because Trustee Tice is.
Okay, either way. Okay. So
We can talk about the entire document, but when the presiding officer recognizes a trustee who makes a motion for an amendment, am I not obligated to ask for a second on that amendment to then have a discussion on it before we get to the discussion of the entire document?
Well, technically, you won't ask for a second, you'll see if there is one.
Right.
So the question now is there a motion to amend or not?
So I'd recognize Trustee Matthias of whether or not there was a motion to amend the document.
if the president is asking for motions to amend, I do have a motion to amend if indeed the president does not want to go into conversation first on the motion that's on the table.
So why don't we do this? If individual trustees want to talk about the document, let's have that discussion, and then we'll consider amendments, because we'll be here till whenever we need to be here. So why don't I recognize trustees that want to have discussions about the document itself? And I know Trustee Ashe, you had some comments about the document.
So yes and no, because it relates to kind of the overall discussion that's already being had as it pertains to Roman numeral 3. And my memory serves as Trustee Ellens referenced that as we talked about Roman numeral 3, there was a reason why we had the wording there that we had with the two bullets underneath it, because those two defined that third one, that defined that third Roman numeral. There was a reason why we dropped the neighborhood schools and the socioeconomic diversity, as it stood as a way to define what that number 3 meant. And so I hesitate to, because I remember actually having the discussion to take A to number 3, and how after lengthy discussions during board retreat, we were discussing it and saw the benefit to it being written as it's written now. So that's the question that I have is, or the comment that I have is, I do feel like we have talked about this before, and that we set it up in the way that we set it up based on those discussions. So I think we all at the time were expressing our desire to make sure that socioeconomic diversity, that the things that we knew we wanted to have up there as pieces of information that we wanted to be highly considered through this process were valued in that way. And we were talking about the fact that I don't remember the exact percentage being somewhere in the 80s of our families that choose to go to the school where they are attendance zone bound, if you will, for lack of a better term. And that in a desire to honor that in what we had heard from our communities, and yet still push forward with the discussion on socioeconomic diversity, we chose to put that as a definer underneath that Roman numeral. So to come back again right now to change that again at the last second, I'm not sure makes sense to me, as we had a lengthy discussion about it for several months.
Sorry. Any other discussion, Trustee Wagner? And then Trustee Letitia Anderson.
I'm very much in agreement with Trustee Ashe's assessment of how Section 3 is structured. I think I'm comfortable with continuing to massage the language based on what we just talked about on 3A, but I'm not comfortable with transposing Roman numeral 3 and 3A with one another. I think to Trustee Ashe's point, there is very much a reason why that is the header, and I would be very much in favor of keeping it that way. The one that I did want to touch on as well, and this to me is truly an equity issue, and that is under 4B, the mitigate projected increase in transportation costs. While I understand that as transportation costs are something we need to be mindful of, my concern is that if we start to pull options off the table that could potentially demand more transportation, that the students that we will hurt the most are the students that have the most challenges in being able to get themselves to a program of choice or to an academy or to, any kind of program that would better serve their academic needs or wishes. So, because as I start to think about this, and back to my earlier statement about how very economically and racially segregated our city is, and that really is the foundational piece behind why our schools are so very economically and racially segregated, that unless we are in a position where we want to get down to hard data points and start physically moving kids tens of miles away to make those things balance, that to me I think is a recipe that's not going to make anybody happy. Instead, I would really like to see us explore more creative programming that starts to more organically bring choice to students, that makes students want to be in locations, that starts to bring diversity through in a way that it becomes a carrot rather than a stick. But a big piece of that to me is transportation, because if we want our kids that are coming from our poorest of neighborhoods, whose parents may be working, shift work or odd hours, or not have reliable, car transportation to get them across town to get to school, if we take away that school bus and getting them there, then we don't empower those students to have that same opportunity.
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. Trustee Anderson.
I'm a little saddened at what I hear. When you talk of crosstown busing, that is extremely disturbing to me. I don't know if you remember or not, or if you was in Austin or not. We've experienced that in my part of town, and that's not looked upon really well. I don't want to bus any child for any length of period of time from East Austin to, where it seems like they're on the bus for, umpteen hours. That's not. I won't support nothing like that. I just won't. But through this whole process, I have yet to hear, okay, so say we integrate the schools. How are we going to address the institutional racism? It is no fun walking into a school that you're not familiar with the community to only feel like somehow that staff don't want you there. I've experienced that. And I don't want a child or a parent to go through that. So through this whole process, that's the one piece missing for me. I want to see that. I don't want a child to go to a school outside of District 1, District 2, or whatever district to only be made to feel like they don't belong there, or we don't want those kids at our school, because I hear that too often. But sadly, those kids that you don't want at those schools sometimes perform better than your child. So that's the piece I'm looking to hear. But far as crosstown busing, that's a no-go for me. I've experienced that myself. It's a no-go. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Trustee Matthias.
And what I'm hearing, simply to echo maybe the sentiment here, is I'm not hearing any discussion of busing across town. The words that I've heard on the dais are busing across town or tens of miles away. I'm not hearing any will on the dais for anything like that. I'm simply hearing a will of the board for administration and staff to explore possibilities for better integrating our schools and offering socioeconomically balanced schools that are more socioeconomically balanced than what this visual currently suggests.
Trustee Ellens and then Trustee Singh.
So to me, that is how we've landed where we are today. We have spent hours together trying to get to that answer, and this is the document that, in my opinion, does that. So it takes into effect what you're hearing from Trustee Anderson, what we heard from Trustee Bradley. It takes into effect what we're hearing from the Integrate Austin, and what we're hearing from the 88% of our kids who choose a proximity school. It takes into effect all of the work we're doing around academic reinvention, and so we're never at our best when we try to wordsmith on the dais, and I think I heard Dr. Cruz say this document could be amended later if we find it's not doing what we think it's supposed to be doing.
Right, when we apply the data and we start going through some scenarios, we're gonna have more information. So this isn't the end, this is just a checkpoint, but it's not the end. But it is about the guidance, as you mentioned, which way do we go, left or right? This will provide that guidance.
So with that in mind, I'm gonna go back to, again, we have a document that took us 5 months to get to edit it on the dais tonight is not my preference.
Thank you, Trustee Ellens. Trustee Singh.
So this speaks to just how this guiding principles document is going to be used. Trustee Ellens mentioned that it would be kind of a gut check, which I agree with. It's something to balance the quantitative data, but I would just like a little bit more information on really how that gut check is going to be happening. How is this going to be operationalized? I know that we had talked about maybe having some sort of a rubric by which we would test the different scenarios, like a rubric that's based on the guiding principles. Is that kind of what the thinking is? And if so, could you expand on
We
that?
can. I'm going to ask Matthias to come forward as we apply this one, because we do have the KPIs, and I apologize, I probably should have included the KPIs with this one. The KPIs that we actually discussed at the last work session is what we would use to apply this. It will be a quantitative review, but we're going to have to look at collectively to determine what type of impact we're going to move forward with on any one scenario. Any one of these variables will have some quantifiable data, but I don't think one is going to then supersede another item. So it's really looking at it collectively. So we really just need to start applying it. But I don't know that we've had specifically some type of Likert scale or some type of element from that that we've introduced in this process. But it is applying those KPIs. It's something that I want to make sure to just sort of bring back. While they're not noted here, those KPIs are not up for board vote. But those KPIs are the ones we've discussed in I think one retreat and maybe a work session or so. Matthias?
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Trustees, my name is Matthias Segura, Operations Officer for AISD. And it is a two-step process. The first step is more analytical. We're taking the guiding principles and the factors beneath them and developing the KPIs or key performance indicators that will be used to kind of measure where we are today and how we might get to getting closer to our targets, which we're going to develop with academics, human capital, as well as finance and operations. The idea is once we get to a point where we have the scenarios and they begin to develop, which will be towards the middle and late June, we'll then begin to develop the rubric that'll be less quantitative and more qualitative. That's really where that gut check comes in, right? At that point, we will have developed scenarios that meet many of the components within the guiding principles, but we know that they're executable, right? We actually have the financial wherewithal to develop and execute them over a period of time. So the idea is only the ones that are solvent kind of and can be progressed are the ones that would actually go through the second part of the analysis, which is step 2, and that's that qualitative rubric. We're going to work with y'all to develop that, not unlike how we did to get to where we are today. So we don't have them developed quite yet, but you will be a part of that process, and they will be developed before we even get to step 2.
Some of the items, even when we apply the data, the program desert piece doesn't just mean make sure we have everything everywhere. There will be new designs, new academic opportunities that we want to pursue. So it may be a programmatic desert, but it doesn't mean that everything's going to look exactly alike. Something new and different as we've done over time. And I know I had talked to Dr. Hill not to show the vertical team slide, but as we're talking, we want to just show that one, just to show the program pieces and how they work if we still have that particular those slides. But I don't want to limit ourselves to what we have today. The analysis will be applied. We know what we have today, but the work is to make it all better.
Thank you. Yeah, because I really wanted to just make sure that this whole exercise of the guiding principles was not in vain. That it had some teeth, that it was actually going to be used. So it does make me glad. I'm satisfied knowing that there is going to be a rubric that's developed to do that qualitative, to formalize that gut check. And that's something that we would be doing together. Thank you.
So I have Trustee Cindy Anderson and then Trustee Wagner. And anyone else for now? Trustee Anderson.
I just want to make a couple of other comments. I do agree to an extent. We've had a number of these conversations, and I can honestly say I don't do my best work at almost 11 o'clock at night, and I am hesitant to provide the administration with less flexibility, because I don't think there's any one way to improve equity or enrollment or access or integrate schools. And so I want to give them as much leeway in this first stage to see what they come back with. And then I think there will be numerous additional opportunities for us to sort of have another gut check or level set as to whether or not we feel like the scenarios that are being created do sufficiently represent not just the district values, but the values and the conversations that we've had as a board. And while I do like the idea of rubrics as well, being able to help assess whether or not these scenarios are the right ones, for me, my first question on everything is going to be, how is this better for kids? And so I think the data is important, but at the same time, I think that's a question we have to continue to ask ourselves is how is this better for kids? And because at the end of the day, this is all about our kids. And it tends to get messy sometimes when we have a lot of adults in the room, very, well-intentioned, intelligent, passionate adults that want to advocate for a multitude of things. But at some point, we got to decide to start with something. And I think what I heard Dr. Cruz say was that if we need to go back after you start the work as an administration and redirect as to whether or not you're meeting the values and the direction that we feel like we provided, there will be opportunities to do that. And so my preference is to not wordsmith at 11 o'clock at night after we've met 5 times on this already, but to give the administration a chance to start applying it and then to have those incremental opportunities in the future to come back and say, yes, I think you're on the right path. No, I think you're not. And again, hear much more. Because I think once we start seeing what you're talking about, it's so much easier to determine whether or not you've applied what we're telling you in the right way or in the intended way. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. And then Trustee Matthias.
Well, and I come to this tonight, I think, still a little bit confused by who the audience is for this document. It's the same question I've asked every time you sat before me, Mr. Segura. But it is when, and I think what I'm reacting to at this point is that this does appear to be a malleable process. And I think that may be by design. But what's becoming increasingly challenging for me is to understand why we're voting on a document that is likely to change when we've provided input multiple times in very public ways as to our sentiments as a board around the document. When this is supposed to serve as an internal tool for internal administration to work to make decisions and recommendations is what we were originally told. But then we start to hear changes along the way, like we suddenly have a think tank process that we're adding on, which is not something that was discussed when we met 2 weeks ago. So what this is creating is, I think it's asking the board to stand very strongly behind something, but then feeling a little bit where I'm starting to feel like I'm on a little bit of unsteady footing because things are changing so much. And so if we want this to be a malleable process and we want to have that flexibility, then I would like for us to articulate that clearly and then assert when we're going to come to that place of consensus, KPIs, clear deliberation moving forward. But right now I notice things that we still have issues like with the Southwest boundary change that's in flight, where there is, I think, still a lack of coordination between that effort and what's happening here. Things like the map being released prior to us really being able to flesh out what's happening with all of this is creating confusion in our communities as well. So it feels to me like there still is a little bit of work that we need to do in terms of how we want to talk to our community about what we're doing. And I don't necessarily think that sending out a 22-paragraph email the last week of school is going to get us there. So all of that to say is I said in the last meeting that I want to get out of the way and let you guys do the work, but I also need a little bit of clarity around what the work's going to be. And that includes what those KPIs are, how we're going to message this to our community, how we're going to realize the Southwest boundary change in a meaningful way that doesn't mean that we're speeding it up because of some arbitrary point of alignment with this vote. So those are things I would ask. And specific to that last piece, I'm very confused as to why we moved up the boundary map vote for Southwest Austin that was indicated in the 2017 FMP to coincide with this, because we're not going to be voting on any other boundary maps that I understand. We may be voting on some opportunities where boundary changes could realize options in our schools, but if we're not going to vote on maps across the board, why speed that one up from December to October and put our community in a place where public meetings are being held in the heat of summer, where parents and families are not around or as engaged and able to attend, and providing our BIC with less time to be able to do that work. So those are things, I know that's a little bit tangential to what we're talking about, but all of this kind of, for me, weaves back to the greater picture of what are we trying to accomplish and how are we getting it done?
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. Trustee Matthias.
When the president is ready to entertain a motion, I'm happy to make a motion for an amendment.
Okay. Let me just ask one more time if there are any other comments from trustees before we start. Trustee Matthias.
So what I would like to move is the amendment of number 3 in line with our previous conversation, such that number 3 would read, optimize opportunities for socioeconomic diversity and promote socioeconomically balanced schools while balancing proximity from home to school. To be clear then, we would be adding the words and promote socioeconomically balanced schools between the words diversity and while. We would be deleting the words to neighborhood schools, and we'd be adding the words from home to school. Letter A under 3 then would be maintain assigned school concept and other school choices, which is currently number 3.
So just for clarity, both of those you want to put in one motion?
I'm happy to put them in one motion unless the president would like for me to do otherwise.
I think we can entertain I think it's 2 separate motions. Okay. It's your choice to do
I'm
one or two.
happy to test the water and I mean, I would like to think that the trustees on this dais support the idea of socioeconomic diversity and socioeconomic balanced schools, so I'm happy to test the waters to see whether this trustee is correct in that respect.
Okay, so can you restate your motion to amend the motion?
Sure. The motion to amend, so number 3 would now read, 3, optimize opportunities for socioeconomic diversity and promote socioeconomically balanced schools while balancing proximity from home to school. 3A, maintain assigned school concept and other choice options. 3B, consider road patterns, travel duration, proximity, and start-stop times to increase number of students with reasonable access to an elementary school, such that the only changes are the reversal of 3 and 3A, with the addition of the words and promote socioeconomically balanced schools, and the placement of the word from home to school in the place of to neighborhood schools.
So there's a motion to amend the motion. Is there a second to that?
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Trustee Tice? Sorry. Trustee Tice. So any discussion on the amendment to the motion? Trustee Ashe, and then Trustee Singh, and then Trustee Matthias.
So I just want to reiterate what I said earlier, that I guess maybe what I really want, the other piece that I want to say is I support not maintaining what we already have, as we have worked on it for 5 months, and we've already had these discussions, and I support socioeconomic diversity in our schools, as I feel like it's represented as it's written. So, because I was concerned that there might be a perception that if I did not support that, then that would mean that I don't support socioeconomic diversity, which I don't find to be true, because it's still in the document as you define what Roman numeral 3 is with those 2 subsets. So I still believe that we are providing a direction to the district, and that says that that is an important value for us, and support keeping it as it is written.
Thank you, Trustee Ashe. Trustee Singh?
So I will be supporting this motion with the caveat that I think what Trustee Anderson said earlier was really important, that as you guys are creating your scenarios, please don't put crosstown busing in there. You know, that's not what we're talking about. I don't think that's not how I interpret this at all. I would like to see any changes be more compelling and by choice, and by parent and family choice. However, I agree, we have talked about this a lot in our board retreats. However, I really like the fact that we are voting on this because I think it's a really democratic process. There are some points, we talked about these, but we never voted on them. And I think that's kind of the whole point maybe of voting on it, is to make sure that all voices are heard. So that's all I just wanted to say on that point. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustee Matthias?
I just want to thank the board in advance for its support of this motion. So as our speakers are saying during public comment, there are studies that suggest the benefits of us helping to close this gap that we're seeing in the data as they currently exist. It's almost as if you could turn this map on its side, with West Austin schools being on one side and East Austin schools being on the other. So if this motion were to fail, then my question for this board would be, how are we going to bring more resources to these historically under-resourced schools? And that will be a far more expensive proposition. I'm hoping that we can find a way to be able to deal with this by having staff go off and come back suggesting to us how to bring a better socioeconomic balance to our schools. I would like to say too, I know that we've been massaging this for quite some time at a number of meetings, but I'm grateful that this is the first time that we're voting on this text. You know, if I had it my way, I'd want to put that line back at the top that the Austin ISD will have fabulous schools inside and out. For me, that captures it. But this is part of the iterative process that is this. I'm glad that we finally have a vote this evening where we can all express our support for what is coming together, even on the dais this evening.
Thank you, Trustee Matthias. Trustee Cindy Anderson?
So I just use the magic of the Google to help me make one last point. For the record, optimize and optimize opportunities means advance, correct, enhance, improve, increase, progress. And so I feel like the intent is already in there. And I, again, really struggle with especially the complexity of the multiple amendments at this hour and whether or not that is our best work. And so I will not be voting to support it, but not because I don't believe that that is a key priority, but because I believe it's already in there. And I think wordsmithing at this late stage is not the most productive way to move forward.
Thank you, trustees. Any other comments on the motion to amend the motion? If there is none, Trustee Matthias made a motion to amend the document, and Trustee Teisch seconded the motion. If anyone needs to have it restated, please.
It's a good idea.
So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind restating the motion, and then we'll vote for it.
Sure. The amended language of number 3 would read as followed. 3, optimize opportunities for socioeconomic diversity and promote socioeconomically balanced schools while balancing proximity from home to school. 3A, maintain assigned school concept and other school options. 3B, consider road patterns, travel duration, proximity, and start-stop times to increase the number of students with reasonable access to an elementary school. Did I misread that? And other choice options, I'm hearing 3A. 3A would now read maintain assigned school concept and other choice options.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now that we have the amendment, the motion to amend the motion, all those in favor of the amendment to amend the motion to amend the amendment, which
to amend the motion.
To amend the motion as stated by Trustee Matthias and seconded by Trustee Teisch, please raise your right hand for it. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the motion fails 4 yes, 5 no.
I believe Trustee Singh has a motion.
So Trustee Singh.
Okay, so I have a motion to go under Roman numeral 1. And I think right now I would like it to read, I would like to add a bullet that states, ensure all students have easy access to a high-quality and rigorous core academic curriculum. And I add this because by putting the statement in the document, we are explicitly communicating that high academic achievement is truly our priority. Right now, it's implicit in this document, but I feel like it's important enough that we need to make it explicit.
So
And-
is there? I'm sorry.
And I'll read it again. Ensure all students have easy access to a high-quality and a rigorous core academic curriculum.
Ensure all students have easy access to a.
High-quality and rigorous core academic curriculum.
So is there a second to Trustee Singh's motion?
Second.
So Trustee Anderson seconds the motion, and so any discussion on the motion to amend the guiding principles document? Yes, Trustee Ellens.
This was something that I also agreed to during the work session, but the administration came back, and it's not too different from the last one, made it sound as if it's already in here. And I've heard Dr. Cruz say that is your number one initiative every year. So can you speak to that a little bit?
So, I think it was in the actual guiding principle about, there's different wording in there. I think that, so guiding principle 1 is about equitable access to programmatic opportunities. That is around core academics and making sure that we are providing that rigorous core instruction for all students. And we put in there just a little sort of qualify in there that makes sure that it engages and inspires students. So it's one thing to offer it, and I'm just describing here, I'm not in connection to what Trustee Singh's motion is, but we said we're going to provide it, but the connector or the quality indicator is that it engages and inspires students. So that sort of gives a value about that actual curriculum. So I think where we talked about equitable access, there's some keywords in here that are different, but nonetheless, you asked me to explain what was in this one. That's where we saw that as far as a strong academic program, a strong academic curriculum was in guiding principle 1.
So just to restate, what Trustee Singh has proposed is specific words around easy access, which you see as equitable access, perhaps. High quality and rigorous, you're seeing coming out in the words engage and inspire. And then the difference between programmatic opportunities and core curriculum, that's the last piece. I'm not sure I see it captured, but it's more important, it's internal document. So do you see it captured?
I think it also may be explaining it. So the motion passes or fails is also trying to make sure that we get the intent. I think that's what we're also getting from the conversation. It was more of with Trustee Singh, but what you just said is about making it more explicit. Let's not take it for granted. Let's make sure that it's front and center. And every year under the superintendent's priorities, that's been action item 1, a strong academic rigorous curriculum. If we don't have that, we can have a lot of shiny objects, which you were talking about earlier, and it doesn't matter. It has to be a strong, rigorous curriculum for every single student walking through our classroom doors. And so I think it's sort of in the language in here, so I think I'm still getting the intent that making sure that it's strong core instruction. And by strong, I in my head, I think of rigorous instruction for all students. This helps to sort of contextualize it a little bit more.
So are you saying it would actually be helpful to have this language in the document?
Well, what I'm saying is it helps me understand, it contextualizes what that means. I understand what Trustee Singh is saying.
So you say it without you now contextualize it without changing the document?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So may I respond?
Sure.
Okay.
Proceed.
So I appreciate your taking the time to explain that. I think one nuance that might be different in my statement versus your understanding is that core curriculum is a defined curriculum. It's something that it's a defined curriculum. It's not just saying, yes, we're going to offer something rigorous, because I know we do that. But we don't have any way of really knowing how one school's offerings are different from another, and if there's like a minimum core curriculum that's expected that a child. So 'cause parents may not be able to research all this on their own, but they should be comfortable that at any school they go to, their child will get access to something. They should know what that is.
Oh, absolutely. So is that something about ensuring equitable access to a rigorous core curriculum and programmatic opportunities that engage?
That could work.
Because I just put in of course you want to get the rigorous core academic program.
Yes, I'd be happy with that.
Okay, I'm not a voting member or anything, but
I know,
I'm just
but
trying to
I'd be
get the
happy with that,
intent,
because
so I don't
that
wanna-
actually
I don't want Todd to come and tell me
elevates
that
it. No, that actually.
I'm trying to
I know.
internalize it, but
But
I'm in
yes.
agreement with you. I am.
Yeah.
Because without that, it's
Correct, because I don't think we really have the word academic in here. And so that's why I wanted to make it explicit. Okay.
So equal access to a
So,
rigorous
so
core
trustees,
curriculum.
saying without objection from the trustees, would you mind restating the wording that you just agreed to?
Sure. I said, ensure all students have easy access to a high quality and rigorous core academic curriculum. That's what I had stated. However, Dr. Cruz, even as a non-voting member, came up with some wonderful language, and I would love for you to repeat what you told me.
So ensure, guiding principle 1, ensure equitable access to a rigorous core curriculum and programmatic opportunities. So I'm just inserting a rigorous core curriculum.
I like that better.
Yes. Mhm.
So is that your without objection from the trustees, is that your motion now?
Yes.
Trustee Singh?
Yes, what Dr. Cruz just said.
Okay. So if I can just restate it, it's, you want to change guiding principle 1 to say ensure equitable access to rigorous,
To a rigorous.
to a rigorous core academic curriculum?
Yeah, she
Core-
did say.
Core academic curriculum.
Yes.
And programmatic opportunities that engage and inspire all students.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so Letitia Anderson, are you fine with that? Okay, so without objection from the board, we have a motion and a second to change guiding principle 1 to ensure equitable access to a rigorous core academic curriculum and programmatic opportunities that engage and inspire all students. Unless there's any other comment, I'm going to call the vote. Yes, Trustee Mathias.
I will be happy to support this amendment. My only concern is that when we start using words like rigorous, that those could be subjective, that two persons could look at the same thing and one could call it rigorous and one could question whether it's rigorous. So I think a lot of the words that we use in this document are opening that door, but I don't know how to solve that unless administration and staff has some solution for that. I mean, it just seems that
No, it is.
that
We'd
there's
have.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please.
No, we would. We have to operationalize the terms. One way to operationalize them is in the actual KPIs. So the KPIs will roll up to identifying each one of the factors under the guiding principle. But you are correct. We are applying what we believe under KPIs will get us to some type of quantitative data points, then talk about a rigorous curriculum. As an example, college readiness, dual credit, early college, high school, AP, pre-AP would be just when I think of rigorous. For a high school, I look at some of those elements in there. Core curriculum means that we have to teach to a standard. But you are correct. We are instituting our judgment call on how we're going to operationalize it. And that is going to run throughout the entire document.
Trustee Wagner?
Well, I Just wanted to make the point of, given the intent of the document and what it's intended to do in driving how we're looking at campus utilization and programmatic assignment throughout the district, I just want to make sure we're not trying to force fit too much into this document, because I think we have other opportunities that we do that. We have a strategic scorecard that includes things like advanced academics. There are other drivers that we have for things that are so intrinsic to the work of the district like that. So I just offer that before we get too bogged down in the language of is the addition of that language. Sorry, I was just waiting for all the side conversations to stop before I went forward. No, I was just going to offer is the addition of that language going to suddenly change the business of the district? And I don't think it does. I think measures like the strategic scorecard, where we look at advanced academics, do that much more effectively than trying to put it here in language that could be ambiguous or not as weighty as it is in other areas. So just offering that before we spend a lot of time wordsmithing every detail of it and making sure that we get it exactly the way we want it, because I think it could take us a while to get that particular piece there when it's something that we're already doing in other places.
So before, Trustee Tice, did you have a comment or, before I call for the vote, I just want a point of clarification from Mr. Clark. So this will be the second amendment to the motion. So does that mean that that's the limit of 2, or can we continue to? Thank you for that clarification. So we have a motion. Yes, Trustee? Okay, so we have a motion to edit the first guiding principle, and we have a second for that from Trustee Anderson, and a motion from Trustee Singh, and a second from Trustee Letitia Anderson. So all those in favor? Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I have one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. I just, I'm in support of this concept, but I hear Trustee Wagner, and it goes back to the other item that we just had. I'm hesitant to change any of the document tonight, so if I don't support it, it's not that I don't support that issue. It's that I understand, you understand, we think it's important. Okay, thank you.
So we have a motion from Trustee Singh and a second from Trustee Letitia Anderson to edit. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I think it would, maybe a conversation for the officers might be how we avoid this in the future. That is, say, as trustees, we expect to be amending a document that we've not had any chance to vote on in any way. And so I don't know if there's a more perfect way to do this. I understand it's 11:20 at night, but I also understand the desire of trustees to take a document that we've not had a chance, apart from just commenting on and not being able to vote on various elements of it. So I'm happy for us to be here as long as we need to be able to amend it according to the will of the board. I just want to say as well, while we are on this point about rigorous, and I don't know if for instance, there might be some sort of glossary or something so that we can help, so that can be generally understood when we say, rigorous this or equitable that there's some understanding of what it is that looks like and how it is that it might be measured. It's not a part of this vote. I'm just throwing it out there since we have various words that remain unclear to this trustee.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Trustee Singh and a second by Trustee Letitia Anderson. All those in favor of making the change to the guiding principle 1, please raise your right hand. 2, 3, 4. Okay. All those voting against it? So the motion the motion fails. 4 for it, 5 against. Okay. So, any other Trustee Tice?
I know it's late, but I'm going to give it one more shot at making sure that we have some clear guidelines for equity. I'm going to make, and I assume from what Mr. Clark said, I can make another amendment, and that would be under Roman numeral 2, adding in H, and that would be to cap the percentage of economically disadvantaged students experiencing schools consolidation to no more than 53%. And I think that that would be equitable.
Can you read that one more time?
So I am making a motion to add under Roman numeral 2, letter H, to cap the percentage of economically disadvantaged students experiencing school consolidation to no more than 53%.
Okay. So is there a second?
Happy to second.
Okay, so trustee Tice, trustee Matthias seconds that. Any discussion? Trustee Wagner?
I swear I'm not picking on you. I'm really not. But this one I think is a bit hard for me to swallow because, again, as we look at severe under-enrollment, we look at density of schools within particular neighborhoods. It really does center around a couple of core neighborhoods of Austin, and that is a really unfortunate reality. And it's not that I come to this work wanting to start just shuttering schools in those neighborhoods, but instead, what I am concerned about is if we start to place caps or limits, are we shuttering opportunities where we could take students who are in a severely under-enrolled school that don't have access to the quality of facility or the robustness of programming because there isn't the critical mass of students within that building, and potentially be able to offer a solution in a consolidated building that allows for more students to be present, more instructional staff and cohorts to be present, more programming to be present, more support services to be present, and be in a high-quality, well-functioning facility at the same time. Is that a better alternative than not addressing a campus because we've already looked at improving too many communities? And I know that's a very charged comment to make, but I also want to be sure that we aren't leaving communities untouched simply because we don't want to disrupt more than we have to, and rather than being able to realize every opportunity that we have available to us to provide for those communities in a way that they haven't had in the past. And Trustee Anderson, I see your hand up, and I very much welcome your comments on this, and I don't intend to speak on behalf of those communities, but only to think in terms of not just what is past history and what's happened today, but also to think about how we can best serve these communities and the entire city of Austin into the future as well. Very much in the spirit of wanting to have every student leaving this process with more, rather than leaving particular campus communities in a situation where they continue to persist with the same historic level of underservice that they have had in the past.
Thank you, Trustee Letitia Anderson.
To talk about speechless. So many things I want to say, but I just, you know, you pointed out, you didn't mention by name, but, you know, us trustees down here know the areas you are referring to. But let's be clear. As far as I know, there has never been a discussion to even halfway talk about. There's been a discussion, but not a thorough discussion to address District 1, District 2. Let's just put it out there. And if you really want the best, really want it, then why fight against capping diversity or capping a certain number of students? What Ann brought forward, why fight against that? You talk about not wanting to seem one way, but when I go out there and I talk to my constituents, they see it totally different when you deliver messages up here. And I would really encourage you to reach out to some folks in my area, and I can put you in contact with them. How they take your messaging is that you're just really gung-ho, let's close D1 schools, and I'm gonna fight tooth and nail to prevent that. I am going to fight tooth and nail. That's part of the reason why I ran to be on this board. You know, it's sad. It is so sad. You know, I applaud the administration for what they're trying to do, but when we look at things from our view, even historically, and it's like, no, well, it's too late, we don't want to change it. I get that. But we're concerned about our areas too, just as passionate as you are about your area. So I'm not going to take offense. I'm not, but all right, I'm done.
Thank you, Trustee Anderson. Trustee Matthias?
I will be supporting this amendment. I think this amendment is absolutely inspired. To whomever had the thought of this amendment, I just want to sing the praises of this amendment. As a district, we say that equity is a district value. Every month when we gather, we read that one of our values is equity, diversity, and inclusion. If this board is serious about equity being a value, then I'm happy to see the board vote in favor of this motion. We are down some 6,500 students in the 7 years that some of us have been on this board. There's no doubt in my mind we need to close schools. The question becomes, how do we close them in a way that does not disproportionately affect low socioeconomic, low ECHO-DIS students, that it doesn't disproportionately affect students of color, that it doesn't disproportionately affect black and brown students in this city. And so, I will be supporting this, and I thank trustees in advance for their support of this amendment. If this amendment fails, then let's charge the officers with having a conversation on how we can strike the word equity from our values as a district. It's no use having an espoused theory if it's not going to be a theory in action.
Trustee Ellens, and then Trustee Anderson.
So how would you operationalize this?
The same question
I guess I'm asking those who have made the motion.
Well, can I just add to what you were just saying? I was going to ask the administration or Dr. Cruz the impact of if our school district has 55% economically disadvantaged, or is it 53? 53%. And we're distributing, because obviously this is about capping and distributing. So if we distribute those kids, what kind of impact does that have on the operations of the school district? Or what could potentially, I think, is that your Trustee Ellens, is that what you're asking as well? Or were you asking that of the trustees?
I think she's asking for the trustees.
Can I ask it in a different way?
Sure.
I'm not, that's not how I'm reading the motion. So I'm happy to hear that answer, but the motion, as I'm hearing it, but perhaps I'm wrong, is that it's not, what we heard originally from the group was no school could be over that 53% cap. But what this motion says is that cap the percentage of economically disadvantaged students experiencing school consolidation to no more than 53%. So what does that look? I don't know how you operationalize that. What would that look like?
Trustee Matthias, you have a comment about that?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw this out there for us, the massage. But if we're looking at closing 2 schools, we can take a look at the total population of those 2 schools and easily see what is the percent of socioeconomically disadvantaged students in those 2 schools. And if that number at the end of the day does not exceed 53% of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, then we can look at the possible consolidation of those 2 schools. To look at consolidating a school with 98% socioeconomic disadvantaged students is impacting socioeconomically disadvantaged students and their families in a way that is not tolerable to some of us on this dais.
So it's the schools that would be consolidated together, the final product would not be more than 53%?
That's what I'm hearing in the amendment. That students experiencing school consolidations would not amount to more than 53% of the students who are affected by those consolidations.
And just to follow up, so next year when our socioeconomic number is 51%, I mean, does this change?
Excellent question for those who made the motion.
Trustee Anderson.
A couple of questions as to sort of what this would look like. So if I understand the example you just gave, Trustee Matthias, and to pick an example of 2 schools in Trustee Letitia Anderson's district, District 1, where you have the students at Norman and Sims co-locating at Sims, waiting on the completion of the modernization project at Norman. Because they are both Title I schools, are you saying that the students at Sims should not be allowed to move into the modernized Norman facility? And knowing the numbers of students we have and the number of students we're building that campus for, or that we're building the modernized project for, what would be your expectation in that example?
Trustee Teich made the motion.
I could not give you an example. I'm sorry.
Because the way and maybe it's just the late hour, the fact that I was a liberal arts major for a reason and not a mathematician or a statistician, but the way I heard Trustee Matthias's explanation was that if any 2 campuses involved in a consolidation conversation exceeded 53% of students being impacted, we would not do that if this was approved. And I guess I would just also suggest that we have to remember sort of where we're starting from as well, because we have 79 Title I schools. We have another probably 24 minimum that are above 53%. So that essentially takes a whole lot of stuff off the table before we even get started. And that doesn't mean I don't believe in equity or integration, but either we're going to provide the administration with a starting point and not cross a whole bunch of stuff off the list to begin with. Because again, knowing we can come back and say, that is not all what we intended. But I feel like for me, that motion would make so many things impossible. And I have a really hard time saying the students at Sims can't attend that beautiful new facility at Norman, especially with the number of the combined populations. I have a real problem with that. And not to pick on District 1, and that yes, we still need to limit how many different districts and communities are impacted as a whole, absolutely. But I don't want to prevent students from having opportunities either. And for me, I'm very concerned how this looks in application does the opposite of, I think, what we're trying to accomplish.
Trustee Singh and then Trustee Matthias.
Okay, so the way I interpreted that amendment, Trustee Matthias, was a little different from how you interpreted it. Okay. So let's see if maybe we can get this. I interpret that amendment as saying out of all the at the end of the day, of all the students who have to face school closures, only 53% of those students should be socioeconomically disadvantaged. which is quite different from what you said. So let's say, like, or consolidation, or, you know, well, yeah, or that phase consolidation. So if you think about, let's say at the end of the day, we end up consolidating schools, and I'm just making this number up, okay? This is nothing I have heard. I'm literally pulling this number out of the sky. Well, I'll just use a fake number. Let's say that, let's say at the end of the day, we consolidated schools that result, you know, for 1 million students, okay? Which is never gonna happen, but 1 million students. 53% of that million, and no more than 53% of that million, should be low SES students. That's the way I interpret it. So is that, Trustee Teich, is that how you interpret it? Trustee Matthias?
Yes.
I'm happy to speak after.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that, yeah, so that's how I would interpret it.
Okay, Trustee Matthias and then Trustee.
And so for me, and I apologize that I'm not so eloquent at this hour, but it's in the aggregate. The number that I've used before is that if the Austin ISD were to achieve the same efficiencies as the Cy-Fair ISD, and I'm not advocating that we do, but if the Austin ISD were to operate as efficiently as the Cy-Fair ISD, we would close 37 schools today. I'm not advocating that we close 37 schools, but I'm also not advocating, I'm imagining there's going to be more than 2 schools that we need to close, which is why we need to be thinking in terms of the aggregate, which is also why I was suggesting in previous meetings, and it didn't make it into this document yet, but that we hold the administration accountable for the number of schools that we as a board expect to have in this district 10 years from now. Because what I heard at this very meeting was the superintendent telling us we're bringing this school online and we're bringing this school online. Our enrollment is going down. We don't need more schools. We need less schools, and as a board, we need to be telling the superintendent, is less schools mean going from 130 to 128, or to 120, or to 110, or to 97?
Trustee Anderson? Yeah, Trustee Wagner, sorry.
Sorry. One thing I think I'm having trouble wrapping my head around, though, is when we talk about school consolidations, we're talking about communities of campuses that are severely under-enrolled. That would be candidates to combine 2 schools together. Can someone share with me an example of how we would go into a non-Title I community and consolidate schools in non-Title I communities? Because as I'm thinking about like the patterns of enrollment, if I'm going into Northwest Austin, all of our schools are bursting at the seams. If I'm going into Southwest Austin, all of our schools are bursting at the seams. So consolidation doesn't really become an option as we start to move into our communities that have lower and lower levels of low SES kids. And so consolidation is a particular tactic that comes into play in communities that have severe under-enrollment. So it's not, I guess I'm just trying to figure out how the math works, and how we get there. And that's something it's a genuine question, because I think you guys must be seeing something that I'm not, and so I'm asking, please explain to me if I'm missing something in that process, but I'm having a hard time understanding that.
I'm happy to respond. What I'm seeing is a possible disproportionate impact on Black and brown students and their families, on poor students and their families. And so I think that this amendment is inspired insofar as it helps us as a board and as administration, as a district, to think about those students and their families who are being impacted. You're exactly right. It's Title I schools that are being impacted by possible school consolidations according to the present scenario.
This isn't about me wanting to heap an unnecessary burden on those schools, but it's also an unfortunate reality of our district right now when we look at patterns of outmigration, we look at where families are going. And this is where I keep coming back to the carrot and the stick. We have more schools than we can support right now, operationally, financially. Something's got to give, but how, and I'm looking to my fellow board members to say if the way that we can't give is by consolidating our under-enrolled schools, then how do we get there? is my question. Is it that we managed to shift everybody from a Southwest Austin school to an East Austin school and then close the Southwest Austin school? Is that, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand how do we realize that in a way that doesn't impact?
Trustee Anderson.
So here's my thought, and this is all I'm gonna say. Dr. Cruz is looking for direction. Here's my direction. All means all. It don't mean District 1, it don't mean District 2, it means all. And to single out District 1 or District 2 to protect Southwest Austin is a slap in the face to the people that we represent. It is my understanding there is a school that is a little under-enrolled in Southwest Austin. So it really, Dr. Cruz, my direction, here's my direction, period. All means all. It don't mean District 1 or District 1, District 2, protect Southwest Austin, protect Far West. All means all. If District 1, District 2 families have to experience closure, consolidation, boundary change, so should Southwest Austin, so should Far West. They need to experience that too. It shouldn't be students and families in District 1 having the hardships of being moved or being bused. All means all. Thank you.
So, trustees, any other comments? Trustee Singh and then Trustee Ashe.
So the purpose of, if we were really just going to look at enrollment numbers, we would be done with this process by now. The whole point of going through these guiding principles and the think tanks and the KPIs and everything else is so that we would not put an undue burden on our Black and brown kids and our low-income kids. And I think what Trustee Mathias is attempting to do with his motion here is to actually hold us accountable to that. Do you feel like that's a correct assessment? Oh, I'm sorry, it was Trustee Tyke. Sorry, I'm so used to looking at you. Sorry, Trustee Tyke. And do you agree with that assessment? Yes. Okay, cool. So, so I'm supportive of the gist of this. I do feel like we want to have a cap, but I'm going to offer an amendment to Trustee Tyke's amendment, which is I think it's a bit premature to actually put a percentage, but I do want to have a percentage eventually. And I think I would like for the equity officer that we eventually hire to help us sort that out. And so that's my concern is I would really like to actually see some of the scenarios and maybe the motion I might make, the amendment to Trustee Tyke's motion would be cap the percentage of economically disadvantaged students experiencing school closures after more information has been received and the equity officer has been hired. And the information I'm referring to is the stuff that we learned that comes out of the think tanks, the first round of scenarios. Let's get a feel for this, but let's have it in there, but just not identify that percentage quite yet for some of the reasons that I have just mentioned. Also, you know, we still don't have the legislative, there are just some things that I am waiting to hear from before I feel like I can really put a percentage on this. So that's where I am on that one.
So trustees, I'm sorry, Trustee Ashe.
So I really think, and I have certainly heard from the trustees of the areas, particularly from Trustee Anderson and Trustee Mathias, that this is something that we need to hold at the forefront of our minds. And I will kind of jump on something you just said, Trustee Singh, and say that I feel like we may be future tripping a little bit here until we get the scenarios, until we have the information in front of us. And I know that as I begin to see these scenarios, that 53% number is going to be floating around in my head. And it's going to be there as I look at, because if I remember correctly, even in October, when we have school closures that do come to this board, we will be voting on that. Am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning we will once again have the decision in front of us with numbers, with all of that we can examine at that time. And I kind of go back again, and I would imagine that there are people who are tired of hearing me say this, but and I'm going to say it anyway, which is I remember the uncertainty and the fear around the scenarios that we had with the facility master plan and what that was going to look like until we saw it in action, until we started to see the scenarios come forward with the data behind it. And once we saw it and then could navigate through it, and we're all better informed by what these and what is eventually now going to be key performance indicators, then we were able to come back and look at it and say, oh my gosh, 79% of the people being impacted by this are socioeconomically disadvantaged students. I remember that meeting in May where we talked about that, and I think that that's something that we need to bring forward. So I am not comfortable attaching a percentage to this, and I'm not comfortable, again, as I've stated before, altering this document tonight, as I feel like wordsmithing at the 11th hour I struggle with. However, I know that for me personally, that is something that, as I look at the things that are listed in here for socioeconomic diversity, for considering all of our students, all of our 80,000 students, considering our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our students of color, all of that's going to be floating in my mind as we move forward through this process, as it has been shown to be a community value that we want to move forward with. So that I've just wanted to bring that forward as something for us to think about as well.
Thank you, Trustee Ashe. Any other comments before Trustee Letitia Anderson?
So since there is so much pushback about any little change in this document, when will the equity officer be coming online?
Dr. Cruz.
We hope to hire that position in the June board meeting. And so then it depends on after that time. So we're hoping by August to have the individual on board hired in June. Then there's a negotiation of when they can actually start.
So, trustees, any other comments before I come back to Trustee Anderson, Cindy Anderson?
I think if we need to make that addition, I appreciate Trustee Singh's suggestion of a compromise such that if we ultimately arrive at 65% or 57%, I wouldn't want to not see that as substantial progress, and not be able to have the opportunity to evaluate once we look at what the options are, having that more definitive information that doesn't automatically take a whole lot of things off the table, that gives us the most flexibility, that I feel like there's still an opportunity for us to get to a point. But again, I just would like to encourage us to remember where we started from, and that there can still be substantial progress made. And I don't know what the end result's going to be. I don't know what the right number is going to be. But just from a pure basic math scenario, I feel like starting out with something today would severely inhibit the creativity and the opportunities that we're really striving to find the best possible outcomes for our kids. And I know my intent is that all does mean all. I need to see where we're going to see the best way to get there.
Dr. Cruz, you had a comment.
I did. I just wanted to, obviously school consolidations, repurposing, those are very significant issues, and that's what the board has been discussing. I wanted to perhaps show another dimension of impact. And so this is, it's all critical and important, but this is more so with guiding principle 1. These were our programs that we had in place back in 2010 to 2011. So you can see the items that we're just getting, that we really support now, but are really just launching at that time. If I fast forward to what do we have today, so I look at the impact. This is the programmatic impact. I don't know if it's helpful or not, but because it's come up a few times, how about we look at it and operationalize it? What does it actually look like? Well, we made a very intentional effort here. And we actually heard PPFT, and in that document talked about REACH. We were very intentional on the program pieces. So items, guiding principle 1 and 2, specifically then talked about the program elements, what was actually brought into place at these particular schools to support our students and to support student learning. I just wanted to show another dimension because, yes, enrollment is an issue. Enrollment is something we're going to look at capacity. But I want to make sure that this also is at the forefront, because here's the richness of program. These are things that we truly support today, but we didn't have a few years ago. The good news is we have them now. I just wanted to show another dimension of impact on how we're going to take data pieces and then operationalize them to see, well, are we being equitable? Where are we offering these opportunities for our students across our district? And I thought this is the visual that we're using to populate data points along, our sort of regional work that we're trying to do.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Trustee Taish, just to get back to your motion, your original motion, Trustee Singh had made an amendment to it, and I don't know that we ever got back to whether you agree with that or not.
Well, what I would suggest is that we go ahead and vote on my amendment, and then if it fails, we can take up Trustee Singh's amendment so that we can move this process along.
Sure. No, so Trustee Taish made a motion to add item 2H, and Trustee Matthias seconded that motion to create H to cap the percentage of economically disadvantaged students experiencing consolidation to no more than 53%. There was no other motion, so I think we need to vote on this one. Yeah, it's still an amendment to the original motion of the passing the guiding principles. So all those in favor of Trustee Taish's motion to amend the guiding principles, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. 4. All those opposed? So the motion fails 4 yes and 5 no. So Trustee Singh, did you have a motion?
I move to cap the percentage of economically disadvantaged students experiencing school closures after more information has been received and the equity officer has been hired.
So just a point of clarification to your motion. Is that a motion to amend the document, or is that a motion to direct the administration?
That is to amend the document.
Okay.
To whatever Trustee Tice was going to be.
2H.
Yes.
Okay.
Certainly happy to second that.
Okay, so Trustee Singh's motion, and then Trustee Matthias seconded. Any discussion on that particular motion? If not, all those in favor of Trustee Singh's motion, please raise your right hand. 3, 4, 5. Okay. All those opposed? 2, 3, 4. So the motion passes 5 yes, 4 no. It was Cindy. Okay, so trustees, we're back to the motion of passing the guiding principles. Any other discussion around this item?
Around the item of the document?
now we're talking the entire guiding principles. So there was there's a motion by.
Sure.
There was a motion by Secretary Ellens and a second by Trustee Tice to approve agenda item 13.2. And then we've had amendments to that motion. Trustee Matthias?
Sure. I just want to publicly thank Vice President Anderson for helping us to avert a catastrophe this evening. We were heading to a 5-4 split on the vote of this, on the guiding principles, with some trustees feeling that equity is not a value to this board. So glad that in the end we're able to at least come up with some language that's a bit of a compromise for us to be able to, for at least this trustee to be able to vote in favor of this document while we as a district figure out what equity means, if anything, to us, and while we plan our approach to such difficult conversations as institutional racism.
Thank you. Any other comments before we vote? I think I just had one comment, which is that I really appreciate the trustees and all of the engagement around the guiding principles document, and I think this is one step along the journey to get to October. And I don't know that anyone on this board is not interested in the rigorous academic core curriculum, or looking at socioeconomic balanced schools, or mitigating the transportation issues, I think, Trustee Wagner, that you raised, or the issue of impacting economically disadvantaged students that look like Trustee Cindy Anderson or myself. I think this is all and Letitia Anderson, sorry. Or like all means all. So it's all students. But I think it's really important that we have this discussion, and we gave it as much time as we needed. So with that, all those in favor of approving the guiding principles, please raise your right hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. All those in favor raise their right hand again. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's 8-4. And all those against? And all those abstaining? So the motion passes 8-4, 0 against, and 1 abstaining. So thank you all, trustees. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
So having a motion by Trustee Ellens and a second by Trustee Tice to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes unanimously. And the meeting is adjourned at 12 a.m. I was trying to get